that generation. Her mother gave her very, very strong messages in that direction, and yet her life unfolded completely unexpectedly. She writes about it in Forget the Fairy Tale and Find Your Happiness. The book premieres this week, maybe even today. It's a wonderful book. I've read it. Deb Miller, welcome to the Lisa Wexler Show today. Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Lisa. So happy to be here. I wrote Forget the Fairy Tale and Find Your Happiness to inspire women to stop waiting for their happy ending and start living one like you are, and to have their own unique fairy tale, not one with the standard glass slipper that one size doesn't fit all.
And you grew up, so tell us a little bit about the messages, Deb, that you received as a young woman and how how you started out in the Cinderella fantasy, but it didn't really work out that way. So talk to us.
My mom was literally like June Cleaver. She did vacuum wearing pearls and wearing a dress. And she was the perfect corporate wife. So that whole system worked for her. And, we were I was raised by the neighborhood kids. Our moms were judged by how clean their homes were and how successful their husbands were, where I grew up in a small town in southern Indiana. And so we kids were turned out in the summer, and you got to come home for meals and things like that. But other than that, you were out there, and thank goodness it was an apple pie childhood.
Well, that's great. That's great. I think kids today are deprived because historically that's the way humans were supposed to be raised, right? We were supposed to be turned out and make our own games and then come back in to eat and refuel and go back outside. I know.
That's right. I spent so many hours in a tree house and just doing all kinds of making secret clubs and forts and all that. So I had a great childhood. No complaints. I'm not trying to reassess all that. But what happened was the women's movement in the 60s and 70s changed things for women. There was the pill, there were books like The Feminine Mystique and, Equal Pay Act, affirmative action, things like that, and later Title IX. But in small town Indiana, I was still, I was a cheerleader. I was still on the sidelines. There weren't quite sports for girls yet as I came through. I believed in Mom's fairy tale, but again, later things kept changing for society, and they were reflected in the media. So people will remember like Mary Tyler Moore flipping her hat, and Claire Huxtable, became a new role model instead of the June Cleavers. And so society changed, the media reflected it, and real life women like ourselves were changing. So, but I did marry Prince Charming. And I still was remembering my mom's fairy tale, like I need to stay home or it's not the best situation for my children. So I did for the first few years. I never quite fully left because I was teaching at Indiana University. And then what changed it for me was tennis. I followed my passion. Jill can relate to this, right? And I actually hosted some Russians one summer, the summer of 1990. It was very unusual. This was before the coup over there. So Gorbachev was still in, and there was perestroika, and things were just about to change over to Yeltsin, et cetera. And it was a very unique time in history. And Anna Kournikova was one of the tennis players. She was only 9. Marat Safin, who later won the U.S. Open, was age 9. And they came over with some coaches. And later I was invited over to Russia. And that changed me from being this corporate finance, accounting kind of a person into global marketing, and opened up a whole new worldview for me outside of Indiana. So follow your passions, I guess, would be my advice, and you never know what can happen.
And Deb Miller, at that point, how old were your children?
Let's see. I have 3 children total. So the first 2 were just getting into school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just getting into like elementary school or?
Yeah, elementary, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then later I had a caboose baby, we call her. That was with my second marriage, and I ended up marrying one of the Russian coaches many years later.
Yeah, yeah. So your life, your first husband, Scott, he ends up disappointing you because he can't quite keep up with the male role assigned to him. And so he says, well, why don't you work? You're better at it. You're earning more money. And you admit that took a lot of the luster off of your respect for him. I thought that was very interesting how you talk about that in the book.
Yeah, I don't want to put that on him. I wanted to take responsibility for that, but I really believe the antagonistic force in the book, it's not either of my husbands, certainly not the first husband. It was society's expectations for women. Yeah. And so if you believe this script that society says you must check off these boxes here in order to be happy or to achieve a certain level of success, and it wasn't making me happy, and I really needed him to get on that white horse and take care of the family. And when he just really couldn't do that, it wasn't in him. His dad had been a doctor, a workaholic doctor, and he didn't want to be like that. So he was kind of the opposite of that, and that's okay for him. He's great in retirement. He's still a good friend of mine, but I just needed something more. But I believe I needed more ambition because I had been taught that, like my dad had been this super executive. I thought Scott was supposed to be the same. So I was expecting that.
What I find really interesting, not that you needed to explore it further in your book, Deb Miller, but just in general is, from the man's point of view, to get off of that track is also it's also an admission, or it's a conversation about men and our expectations for men in our society, that they are wedded to having to do a certain kind of level of success. Otherwise, society doesn't see them very favorably. And that's been very hurtful to a lot of men, too. That's all I'm saying. Yes,
I've often said there should be a counterpart to this book that I've written. Mine is really directed more at women and encouraging them. I see you, I celebrate you, I'm cheering you on. You can be the hero of your story and so forth. But men need, if you get back to that society being the antagonistic force, they have a lot laid on them. I have a son, too. He actually lives in your general area over there.
Oh, yeah?
And I don't want him to feel that responsibility. You need to just find your own path. That's how you reach the happiness. You have to do some self-discovery. You have to do that will empower you once you understand what works for you and your path, and then that leads to happiness. And it's a wonderful, virtuous circle.
Yeah. And so tell us a little bit about how tennis changed your life, Deb Miller. A little bit more.
A little more about tennis. Well, actually, I took up tennis because I needed some exercise. And I noticed that my daughter, she was maybe in the kindergarten program, and it was so much fun. I thought, well, maybe I should do this too. So, of course, we all know that just moving around is really healthy for you. And I didn't know it back at the time. And so I took it up. And I'm the volunteering type. So there's a wonderful woman in the Indianapolis area named Barbara Wynn. And she had 30 courts that she had the state pay for. And so it's a huge program there. And I got into that grassroots program. So people need to just follow their passions, whatever it might be. And, can I mention a Harvard study in your area? Is that legit to do?
Sure.
Okay, so the three things, it's a recent study, it just came out, the three things that busy people, because everybody's busy, right? What you really need to reach, to have a satisfying or happy life is you need to have some level of achievement, by the way you define it. It needs to be meaningful, how you're spending your time. But the third piece, and this is what's missing for most busy people, are moments of joy. And you have to make time for that. And another study by a Stanford professor will tell you that happiness is 40% determined by you. It's in your control. So you don't have to have a lot of hours to spend on your free time. It's how you spend those few moments. So it might be a pet. It might be enjoying a sunrise. It might be taking a walk. You don't have to spend a lot of money for these things. It might be a conversation that you allow yourself to have. You might call your mom Gloria, and that will give you a moment of joy. And so that's what people are missing. They're not giving themselves, those who aren't happy, they're not tapping into those little moments of joy.
Well, I'm glad that you have found many more than just moments. You talk a lot about Allie in your, and of course my niece Allie, Jill's daughter is named Allie, but it's not the same Allie.
I know, two Allies.
And it sounds, Deb Miller, like you have gotten a lot of joy out of watching your daughter grow into her own talent and allowing her to find her way in a way that you were not able to, allowed by your mother to really find your way. You parented differently.
Very different. I think they say there's some saying that you parent the way you wanted to be parented, and I believe that's true. All three of my children are very unique. They're their own person, and I'm so proud of them. And I got to tell you, my two daughters in particular, they both followed me into marketing, completely different aspects of it. My oldest daughter, Hadley, is at Google. That's why I'm out here in Seattle. And I followed out here to be a Grammy up close and personal. Yeah. So but she made a post about this book on LinkedIn, on her LinkedIn, and I thought, oh, that's nice. It had like 2,500 hits almost instantly. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
And then talking about Allie, she's like, Mom, you got to get into TikTok. So she said, I'm flying out. She's based in Miami. And she flew out to help me do a TikTok video that then got 12,000 views almost instantly.
Wonderful?
It's I know. So they're lending their talents, and they're so supportive. And my son, he's I mentioned he's a patent litigator in Manhattan, and he lives in Scarsdale. But so he was a typical lawyer. When I was asking, do you want to read the book? This was, a couple of years ago, and he said, I'm going to wait till it's in writing. So he didn't, you can relate to that too. So, and then Allie, the Gen Z, said, I'm going to wait for the audio book. So they each reacted in their own ways.
Well, at least
really
they'll hear
fun.
your story. To this day, I'm not convinced that either one of my kids actually read Secrets of a Jewish Mother. I think it's too much for them. They've all told me, I'm on the air a long time, Deb Miller, that they cannot stand my voice on the radio. It's bad enough to hear it in person. I'm still their mother. But on the radio, it's like echo, echo, echo chamber. They can't handle it. It's okay. They're entitled. It's okay.
My oldest daughter, they had a mother-daughter podcast. I'm starting to get on the podcast circuit and to promote the book. And one of them was hosted by a mother-daughter. And I said, well, do you want to have one of my daughters on with me? It seems like that might be fun. And it was right around Mother's Day. And I said, yes, we'd love to. So I thought that was great fun. So Hadley jumped on that one because we're both in Seattle. So
I think it's wonderful.
That's been the best part of this whole, I'm just starting really the whole book tour.
Yeah.
But it's the interaction. It's the fun stuff. Like yesterday, the pie lady who's been on Oprah and for Reese, she makes pies out of the cover of your book. And she posted it, and it's so beautiful. And so these again, that's a moment of joy,
Totally.
Coming back to that.
Totally. We did our tour, Secrets of a Jewish Mother, around the country, Mom and me and Jill. And I look at the pictures sometimes, and I just revel. And we knew at the time we were pinching ourselves, Jill and I. We knew how special it was to go out on tour with Mommy and talk about our life and our book. It was such a special time. It was. Yeah.
I saw your mom in February. I've met her a couple times, always in Florida. And we sat down. It was after an event at a Jewish community center, and Jill had been one of the speakers, and I was visiting, and I wanted to attend. And I sat down next to Gloria, and this conversation will stay with me forever. I asked her, how she's doing. And she was so lucid about I don't mean to imply she's not lucid otherwise, but I mean just how she was responding to that question. Mm-hmm. She said, do you know what worries me, Deb? And I'm like, no, I couldn't even imagine. Right. And she says, I'm worried about when either my husband or I die, I worry for the other one.
Yes, this is right.
I thought, oh my gosh, that's what's worrying her.
Yes, constantly, actually. That's right.
And she was just so clear spoken about it and so authentic. And I thought, what love?
They are so attached at the hip. They've always been this way. This is not a new thing born of older people attachment, although now physically they're quite dependent on each other. My mother's very dependent on my dad physically. But emotionally, when I was growing up, I used to kid and say they couldn't go to the bathroom without each other. My parents are inextricably entwined. That movie, The Notebook, with James Garner and he's sitting holding his hand. Yeah, that's my parents. They're going to have to go out together because they can't be apart.
I had that same feeling. I had that Notebook feeling, and I had that they have to go. They have to be one of those couples that go together. Yes.
Yep. They won't be able to live without each other. That's just a reality. I hope they never have to, and I hope we have another 10 years with them. But I'm just saying, because Daddy just celebrated 96, and Poo-Poo is going strong, and we keep Mommy going. But, my father puts my mother's earrings in every day. You've never seen such tenderness, Deb. It's unbelievable, really.
And that is her fairy tale. And back to the book, I mean, the whole point is it needs to be unique for each person. Each one has a glass slipper that will fit you. And I want women to feel like and men too, they have permission to write their own happy ending. It does not need to follow the script.
Thank you, Deb Miller. The book is Forget the Fairy Tale and Find Your Happiness. You're a lovely writer. The words and the stories jump off the page. I wish you great success with the book. Go out and buy it and find it now. Forget the Fairy Tale and Find Your Happiness. Deb Miller on The Lisa Wexler Show. Thanks, Deb. You be well. Take care.
Thank you.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
An excessive heat warning will be in effect through this afternoon. It will be sunny and hot with a high in the upper 90s to near 100. Heat indices nearing 105. Clear and warm this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-70s. There will be a few widely scattered showers and thunderstorms on Wednesday afternoon. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 24th. Happy birthday to Michael Richard Seinfeld's Kramer.
It's a Festivus miracle.
In 1994, the #1 movie at the box office was the original Lion King. In 2005, American cyclist Lance Armstrong was stripped of his titles after being charged with doping.
In all 7 of your Tour de France victories, did you ever take banned substances or blood dope?
Yes. June 24th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump applied more pressure today on Israel and Iran to uphold a ceasefire. CBS's Haley Ott in Tel Aviv.
Currently, the ceasefire has been holding, but this is a very fragile situation with many volatile parts, so everyone is proceeding with extreme caution.
The Trump administration postponed classified briefings for Congress today as lawmakers sought more answers about the strikes on Iran. Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer.
Why won't they engage Congress in the critical details? the results of the recent strike, the scope and trajectory of the conflict, the administration's long-term strategy.
The Senate briefing was rescheduled for later this week, so Defense Secretary Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio can attend. President Trump has arrived in the Netherlands for a NATO meeting where Iran will certainly be discussed, but also Russia and Ukraine and NATO defense spending. Linda Kenyon reports.
The president has long criticized NATO, saying member nations were not paying their fair share while the U.S. was paying much more. Trump told reporters he was pleased NATO nations are expected to endorse a goal of spending 5% of their gross domestic product on joint defense. Spain has said it won't reach that target, which the president called, quote, very unfair to the rest of them.
Chanel Call reports on an NTSB hearing today that looked into why a door panel flew off an Alaska Airlines flight midair last year.
The NTSB now says the bolts that were securing what's known as the door plug panel were removed, and they were never replaced during that repair. So the agency now plans to approve some new recommendations to essentially hope to prevent something similar from ever happening in the future again.
There is dangerous heat in the eastern U.S. Meteorologist Zoe Mentz.
From Georgia all the way up to New York, we are going to be seeing those record highs smashed. It is going to be so hot out there.
Caroline Fontaine is with Duke Energy in the Carolinas.
We are urging our customers to conserve energy between 3 and 8 o'clock this evening. That is typically when we see the peak demand for energy on our grid.
Vicki Barker reports on the latest attempts to repurpose plastic waste.
Researchers at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland have been able to turn plastic waste into painkillers. They genetically modified a harmless strain of E. coli, inserting separate genes from mushrooms and from soil bacteria. The modified E. coli then converted a common form of plastic waste into acetaminophen, the key ingredient in drugs like Tylenol. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Oil prices tumbled for a second day, and on Wall Street, the Dow is up 522 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Leaders of the state Senate are disappointed with Governor Ned Lamont's veto of two of their priority bills of the session. Senate President Martin Looney and Majority Leader Bob Duff say they are not happy that the governor has rejected the comprehensive effort to address the state's urgent housing crisis. Lamont had initially indicated that he was willing to sign the bill, but ultimately believed some sections went too far.
The bill makes a really good start at a really important problem confronting our state. You know, that said, we can do better. We will do better. We're going to have a better bill, and I'd like to see that bill, on my desk again after a special session this fall.
Leaders of both parties say they are hopeful of working with Lamont on a new housing bill in the upcoming special session that is appropriate for Connecticut. East Haven Republican State Representative Joe Zullo, an outspoken critic of the housing bill, told WTNH-TV News 8 that it was time for a fresh start.
I think it gives us all a chance to reset the temperature and get back to the table and work on something that's better.
Meantime, Governor Lamont has signed a bill that will crack down on street takeover events in Connecticut. The new law increases fines and penalties for people who organize or participate in street takeovers and provides police with new tools to combat them. Multiple Connecticut cities and towns have been struggling with street takeovers and illegal street racing for years. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber recently praised the work of a Fairfield PD task force that led to the arrests of 4 people connected to drag racing in a city parking lot.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
Stamford, New Haven, and Bridgeport have all formed similar task forces or enacted new ordinances to combat street takeovers. The son of a Connecticut state representative is being sought in connection with the disappearance of a 15-year-old West Haven girl. Police say they believe Marissa Preet is with 22-year-old Chris Anaskavich Jr., the son of Clinton Republican Representative Chris Anaskavich. The girl was last seen on Saturday with Anaskavich and another teenager. His father, Chris Sr., says he has been in contact with law enforcement and is helping in any way that he can. The teen's family says it's possible that they have traveled out of state. And the Travelers Championship PGA Golf Tournament this past weekend generated over $4 million for charity. Travelers Companies has announced that the money will help more than 200 nonprofit organizations, with the Hole in the Wall Gang camp as the primary beneficiary. The Travelers Championship donates 100% of the proceeds from the golf tournament to charity. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane. And you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12. And that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction, exits 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have at exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by Abriola Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise, clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, there's more and more and more of an indication that Governor Ned Lamont did the exact right thing earlier this week and announced that he was going to veto, and in fact by now has vetoed that housing bill. And how can you tell? You know, when he made that big news conference, made the announcement yesterday, you can tell that in the end, this will be, no matter what bill they end up coming up with, you can tell that in the end, this will be a good thing, because the members of his party, the high-ranking, visible members of his party, the Democratic Party in the state, continue, and all the left-leaning housing groups, they have been on a fit. They are tossing a tantrum like you've never seen before. I love it. This is what government is supposed to be about. This is how government is supposed to work. See, this illustrates the difference, or shall we say the divide, the chasm between those on the Democratic majority side that rule us from Hartford and people just when they kind of get together and say, no, we don't like this. We don't want this. But my God, if you read the stories and the comments from the progressive-leaning housing and integration crowd, when you read the statement I read yesterday from Bob Duff in Norwalk and Marty Looney in New Haven, I have another statement here from State Senator Martha Marks. I mean, you talk about tossing a fit. Why? Because the governor changed his mind? Well, his staff worked with us, and we thought he was going to change. He was going to sign it. Okay, guess what? He didn't. Big freaking deal. Your life goes on. Well, we can't trust the governor. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. That's not the issue here. The issue here, and I know, again, the Democratic majority in Hartford, they don't like this. Here's the issue. The issue is the process worked. See, they only think the process, where the arrogant majority under the dome in Hartford, they only think the process works when they get what they want. Sometimes it happens that way, sometimes it doesn't. Hey, ask a Major League Baseball player. They fail 7 to 8 times, and they go to bat out of every 10. But if they're successful 3 out of those 10 times for 20 years, we're getting a Hall of Fame speech from them. So please, you members of the Democratic majority in Hartford, I don't want to say the losing side, because you'll get a bill. They'll figure it out. Spare me all the outrage, like this is the end of the freaking world. Oh, my God. We had Bob Duff and Martin Looney yesterday. Now we get this from Martha Marks. Did you see her in any of the debate on this housing bill? She was embarrassing as to what she couldn't answer about this bill. And it wasn't just me saying it. It was written about all over the state, and it was embarrassingly on CTN. Let me give you Martha Marks's statement here, State Senate member, Democrat, on Governor Lamont's veto. Connecticut faces a housing shortage that has reached a crisis level. Governor Lamont's veto of HB 5002 does nothing to fix that problem. Well, wait a minute, Senator. Do we know that the bill, if he signed it, would have fixed the problem? This bill was a result of months of tireless work seeking a better way forward to address pressing housing issues, fostering the creation of vital new units to reduce pressure on the market and support our business and economy. Okay. A lot of first selectmen, first select women, mayors, local officials, Senator, they didn't think so. They were telling you up there in Hartford, hey, we don't like this. I know, we can't have that, though. HB 5002's veto represents a resounding halt. What's a resounding halt? You either halt or you move forward. The laws of physics. What in the hell is a resounding halt? It's not like we're getting there now, so we're going to go even slower when we're making no progress? Oh, God. I'm the press aide who put that together. In creating new construction jobs. Now, wait a minute. The governor keeps saying, look at all he talked about the building permits yesterday. So we're not doing any construction there, but I digress. Construction jobs and provide a more welcoming marketplace for families and workers, which would relieve financial strains and increase opportunities statewide. Really? All of us, by the way, Martha Marks and her crowd there, they think this is going to be some magic wand. Even the governor said yesterday, this would be a first step. There's a long way to go here. But again, the Democratic majority in Hartford, they say, no, how dare local people not like this stuff? How dare you peons? We know better under the dome. The veto is especially disappointing as it counters previous comments the governor made during the legislative session implying support for the bill. What changed in the past 2 weeks? I don't know, Senator. Maybe he came to the realization one night the bill sucks. I have a possible re-election coming up. Why would I sign a bill that sucks? My colleagues and I remain committed to addressing Connecticut's housing crunch despite setbacks. Connecticut families, businesses, and workers and communities are relying on us. All right, I'll take that at your word, Senator. So make sure now when you go into special session, you don't slam the door if the Republicans want to add anything to this. We get to see that? See, this all leads up to a key question here. And I'm asking this question seriously because the governor vetoed this thing largely because he didn't like some of the stuff that was in there that was engineered by his own party. Which begs my question. We'll start off with this today as we head to the break. And this is on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Despite all the bluster we're hearing from Senator Marks and Senator Looney and Senator Duff, and probably Matt Ritter has joined in, and all these lefty housing groups, here's my question. Think about it. What major party is more in tune with sound policies for the state? The Democrats or the Republicans? Which party? Do you think actually when they talk policy and talk common sense, is it the Republican Party or is it the tantrum bunch being thrown now in the state Democratic Party? You tell me.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Get to Citi Field when the New York Mets take on the Milwaukee Brewers Tuesday, July 1st through Thursday, July 3rd. On Tuesday, enjoy select $5 concessions menu items, including hot dogs, popcorn, and soda. Restrictions apply. The first 15,000 fans at Thursday's game will get a Juan Soto replica jersey from Apple Bank. Stay after the game and start your July 4th weekend early with a fireworks display presented by Goya. Don't miss a moment. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets. That's Mets.com/tickets.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
The heavy sigh. It's usually a sign of being overwhelmed, as if to say, I can't believe this is happening. Many people feel that way about retirement. There are so many things to deal with. Social Security, Medicare, taxes, the stock market, running out of money. It can be overwhelming. For over 3 decades, David Gagnon of First Financial Planners has seen those feelings from the people who walk through his doors. So David's goal is to turn that heavy sigh around to a sigh of relief. Relief that you can finally have a strategy for when you walk away from the 9-to-5. If you feel overwhelmed about planning for retirement, set up your very own one-to-one meeting with David today with a complimentary portfolio review. Call 203-872-0009. That's 203-872-0009. Or visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane, and you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12, and that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction, exits 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have an exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by Abriola Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriola.com. Your peace of mind starts here. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's here to make the Merritt traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And yeah, that's me. Thank you, Mr. Big Voice Guy. Man, I am thoroughly enjoying the Democratic tantrum on this. Oh, my God. Somebody took their housing ball and went home. Oh, my God. We're disappointed with the governor. We're disappointed with the governor. We're disappointed with the governor. I don't know. Maybe, again, Senator Looney, Senator Mark, Senator Duff, I don't know. Well, the governor said, well, it doesn't matter what he says, because in the end, he vetoed it. Maybe because, I don't know, he thought it was bad. He thought it sucked. He has to get reelected next year. I don't know. But my God, oh, this is detrimental. No, just fix it. Or maybe your party doesn't have a clue. Because again, if this was such a grand idea, why was there bipartisan opposition to this? And why is it, despite the fact that the Democrats have been in the majority in Hartford since I think Jesus Christ himself walked the earth? Why does Connecticut continue to have the problems it has? I think that's a fair question, which I open the floor on this to you today, and I put it on our Facebook page. Think about it. Don't go by the numbers. Don't go, well, there's so many more Democrats, so the answer is obvious. No, it's not. Which major party is really more in tune with sound policies for the state? The Democratic Party or the Republican Party? By the way, these fiscal guardrails everybody's a gaga about, you know why those happened? Not because of the Democrats, because the Republicans got this pushed through a couple of cycles ago in the state Senate. And the executive branch at the time had no choice but to sign it. So it seems to me, and I understand these people get elected, I'm not besmirching that at all. But you know what makes me laugh sometimes? It's the fact that the leadership in Hartford in this state, do they ever look in the mirror? Do they ever look? Why are they attacking the governor right now on this when they should say, hey, we missed on this, let's get back to the drawing board? I mean, this statement from Bob Duff and Martin Looney, we will break through as we must for the future of our state. Breaking through who or whom or what or what? If affordable housing was such a great and grandiose idea, why would it always be a battle? My God, they act like Ned Lamont, their titular boss in Hartford, took their ball and went home with it. Maybe in the end the governor thought that the bill was a piece of garbage, but he didn't even really say that. He said he didn't like some of the numbers that were attached to it. Well, he should have said it earlier. Okay, I'll give you that. Maybe he should have, but you know what? He's the boss. He doesn't have to. So you tell me, which major party, I'm not saying who wins at the election polls. I'm not saying who wins. because the blue cities will always drive the Democrats to victory. And there's people in Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury, New London, they don't even think of who they're voting for. Oh, I recognize that name, I'll vote. But sans the cities, when you really look at issues on housing and issues on crime and issues on the economy and issues on the safety of citizens and issues on things like immigration, even at a micro level here, don't the Republicans have better ideas out there? I'm just wondering here. Well, no Republican supported the housing bill. Well, yeah. And in the end, neither did the governor. Which major party do you think is more in tune with sound policies for the state? The Democrats or the Republican Party? It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Who's been in touch? Who's been in charge in Hartford for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades, and they're doing such a bang-up job, aren't they?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane. And you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12. And that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction, exits 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have it exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise, clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is to arrive in Europe this hour for the NATO summit, but he's still keeping the pressure on Iran and Israel to observe a ceasefire. CBS's Holly Williams.
Certainly looks fragile, but there's also enormous pressure from the U.S. to try to make it stick.
Israel's military chief says the focus will return to Gaza. Fed Chair Jerome Powell told Congress today the Fed can wait and see how the economy evolves before reducing interest rates.
Increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity.
It is dangerously hot in the eastern U.S. In New York, it's reached 100 degrees, and in Boston, with the humidity, the heat index could reach well above that.
Walking around with icy drinks really does help, you know.
The heat is crazy. In Colorado, it's very dry, so even if it gets hot, it's not this
humid.
Nearly 40 cities across the nation broke heat records yesterday. On Wall Street, the Dow was up 460. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The host of a party in Shelton where teenager James McGrath was stabbed to death testified in the trial of the man accused of his killing. Raoul Valley is charged with murder and 3 counts of first-degree assault for the stabbing that killed the Fairfield Prep student and wounded 3 other teens. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the killing in 2022 and is now 20. Tyler Rich told the jury that he was involved in the fight outside his home that night, but he did not see the knife displayed or the stabbings as they happened. Footage of the testimony was captured by WTNH-TV News 8.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing a knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
Another teen also testified yesterday that he did see Valley holding the knife before the killing. The trial is continuing today. Multiple Connecticut state parks were forced to close again yesterday as they reached capacity during the extreme heat. The first to close its parking lot was Miller's Pond in Haddam, which was shut down at around 2 p.m. Bigelow Hollow State Park in Union and the Pataconk Recreation Area in Chester were closed later in the day. A total of 8 state parks were forced to stop accepting new visitors on Sunday because of large crowds. The high temperature of 94 degrees yesterday in Bridgeport was record-breaking. The 94 degrees broke the all-time high temperature for June 23rd by 3 degrees. The former high of 91 for the day was set in 2010. Much of Connecticut is under a heat advisory again until 8 o'clock tonight. Temperatures hovering around 100 degrees combined with tropical humidity will create feel-like temperatures between 105 and 112 degrees. Tomorrow will be in the mid-90s with a chance of scattered showers or thunderstorms in the afternoon. Temperatures will drop into the 70s with showers likely on Thursday. A motorcyclist is dead after hitting a deer and then being hit by a car in Bethany last night. It happened on Route 69 near Wooding Hill Road around 9:40 p.m. State police said 37-year-old Philip Labonte of Thomaston was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone who saw the accident or has dash cam video while traveling in the area at the time of the crash is asked to contact state police. A longtime Connecticut TV journalist and television personality has died. WTNH-TV News 8's former chief Capitol correspondent, Mark Davis, died yesterday. Davis joined Channel 8 in 1984, first as anchor, and was then assigned to the state capitol to be News 8's political reporter. He covered much of former Governor John Rowland's administration and was the first to break the news of Rowland's resignation, and also went on the campaign trail when then-presidential candidate Al Gore selected Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman as his vice presidential running mate. Governor Ned Lamont put out a statement mourning Davis's passing, saying in part, quote, "Mark Davis is a Connecticut icon, and his passing is a loss for our state." Former Governor Dan Malloy recalled his fond memories of Davis.
The likes of himself are not likely to reappear. You know, he came from another era. I don't think he ever asked a question that he didn't have a hunch the answer would be.
Numerous people from both the world of journalism and politics expressed condolences on Davis's death, including Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding and U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal. Mark Davis was 76. Americans are being warned about traveling overseas in the wake of rising tensions in the Middle East. After the missile strikes in Iran this past weekend, officials from the Department of Homeland Security met with Governor Ned Lamont.
Just saying the risk levels are up. And when it comes to some of your communities, we're here to, at least give you the information we need to keep you safe.
The governor's office released a statement yesterday that said, in part, quote, "We have received no new threats against our state," and also reiterated that DHS is monitoring the situation. NBC spoke with University of New Haven criminal justice expert Bobby McDonald, who had some advice for those planning to travel.
You've got to just be capable of seeing what's around you and be willing to stand up and report something that potentially looks out of the ordinary.
Police are warning people to be aware of a new nationwide social media trend called jugging. The term is used to describe when suspects linger near a bank or ATM, watch a person withdraw cash, and then they follow the person. Police said the suspects are looking for the opportunity to rob the intended victim. People are advised to take precautions, including being discreet after withdrawing cash, being aware of their surroundings, and if they believe they are being followed out of the bank parking lot, call 911 or drive to the nearest police station. And the city of Bridgeport has received a $200,000 grant from the state to design a continuous pathway with more spots providing direct access to Yellow Mill Channel. Representatives from the city of Bridgeport say they are pleased with the grant being awarded and cited some of the progress to the area, including the Steel Point development on the Lower East Side and the proposed minor league soccer stadium as reasons for the grant having been awarded. The goal is to further Bridgeport's waterfront plan by giving residents access to the Yellow Mill Channel, which runs parallel to Bridgeport Harbor. The pathway would begin from Waterfront Park, which is located at Crescent and Waterview Avenues, down to where Waterview and Stratford Avenues meet at the Steel Point development. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane. And you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12. And that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction exits 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have at exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Would you ever bash your boss on social media and think you could get away with it? My God, the absolute childlike, immature tantrum that's being thrown by legislative leaders at Governor Ned Lamont. I don't think he's this kind of guy. I don't. But you know what I would do if I was Lamont? I'd get him. I'd call Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Martha Marks and who else? Julie Kushner. I'm reading all these things. I would get him into the office, shut the door, and say, who the blank do you think you people are? I mean, my God, the stuff and the melodrama, all this housing bill would have saved Connecticut. No, it wouldn't have. Might have been a good start towards something. But my God, what is it here? And again, I ask our question of the day because in the spirit of maybe the governor thought this bill, in the end, while a valiant effort, just wasn't good. Maybe the bill wasn't in tune with what he wanted. So I ask, which major party is really more in tune with Connecticut? What's good for the state? Democrats or Republicans? Who thought paying strikers was a good idea for Connecticut? Democrats or Republicans? Thank God the governor vetoed that piece of garbage, too. Unemployment for striking workers. And like the governor said, we're trying to save jobs. See, this is the difference between the governor and any governor who would do this and the legislative minions he has to work with here. They only care about their party and votes. When anybody in the leadership said, well, we're looking forward to the future of Connecticut. Oh, stop it. Come on. You don't think this bill paying strikers unemployment compensation was a big pucker up to the unions from the state labor committee? Come on, stop that. Thank God the governor vetoed that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I will submit to you that if you get the D and the R away from these policies, if you simply look at what the policies are, the stuff the Republicans in this state, and I know there's not many of us out there, but the stuff the Republicans in this state actually propose and are in favor of are actually far better for the long-term health of the state than stuff the Democrats stand by. Who, for example, again, who do you think was right in this bill to pay strikers unemployment? The Democrats or the Republicans? In the end, who was right about the housing bill? Which party? Which party constantly goes to Hartford and appeals and says, hey, we need stronger criminal penalties, not weaker, not this intervention garbage for repeat offenders, not talking about first offenders. That's a different story. Which party? Which party makes more sense on migrants or immigration? I know we're not supposed to use the word illegal, whatever, but which party makes more sense? Which party makes more sense on taxes? Which party makes more sense on education? And if the Democrats made such great sense on these policies for years and years and years, I'm sorry, then why do we still have the problems we have? That's my point. What really ever gets better in this state? We are constantly playing catch up. Do we ever get out in front of anything here? You tell me, but my God, the tantrum being thrown today by people who wanted this housing bill, because again, they didn't care how good or bad the bill was. It was simply to get a big win going into the election cycle next year. They need the left-leaning votes to get them to where they want. And they badmouth people. They badmouth any group that says, hey, we like the goal on this, but maybe we want to do this a little bit of a different way. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Traffic and weather together, a little business coming back right here on Connecticut Today.
It sounds like
it goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Hi, it's Sissy from the Blue Sky Diner in Stratford. Along with my mother Mary and my brother Nick, we are proud to carry on our family tradition of serving great food at affordable prices. Grab a booth or take a seat at the counter and enjoy breakfast or lunch. Always served with a smile. To our regular customers, thank you. And if you're new, come give us a try. Plus, our patio is now open. Blue Sky Diner, 273 Ferry Boulevard in Stratford. We're open daily from 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't wait to see you. Order up!
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. Provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane. And you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12. And that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction, exits 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have at exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise, clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And let's not make any, there's no doubt about it on this housing bill. Now, a few people like myself will say what this, look, let's understand what this is about. This is about a lot of suburban organizations who see certain areas of the state, Fairfield County, the East Shore outside New Haven, the areas around Hartford that are largely white as racist. And you don't have to just go to their websites. You don't have to argue with me on that. This is why, set aside the state Senate Democrats, some of these groups are apoplectic at the governor vetoing this bill. But what did he say? He said he wants to work out a better bill. Erin Boggs, she is quoted here, and she heads the Open Communities Alliance. So you go to the website, you see where it is. Some cities or towns are too white, whatever. She's not saying that. I am. Erin Boggs said this: the governor's office was recently involved in negotiating the bill. Okay. His specific complaints about target numbers for each community to plan around appear based more on complaints from municipalities and NIMBY advocates who do not understand what the bill says, rather than legitimate issues with the proposal, and should not have been enough to trigger a veto. Oh! And listen, here's one of the things that's driving me crazy. And this is a bigger issue. I know it's just on the housing bill, but this is a bigger issue. Well, they didn't know what was in the bill. That's what we hear from, people like Erin Boggs and Desegregate Connecticut and all these housing groups. Well, they really didn't know what was in the bill. Okay, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Not only on this housing bill, but how often is the wording and the actual text of these bills not explained to you nor I? Which is why you have a lot of these social media groups, and I know the governor and Jason Rojas are saying, well, it's all the people on social media. Well, Governor and Mr. Rojas, sir, with all due respect, these social media groups pop up because, A, you can download these bills, those PDF files. They've been around for a few years. And B, somebody usually, finds something in the bills. So please, I'm begging you, I don't care whether it's the governor on down, spare me the indignation. Well, they're not really sure of what's in the bill. Isn't that a problem? So hold on. We're going back to the Nancy Pelosi segment on this. Remember about 10, 12 years ago? Well, we have to pass the bill first before you find out what's in it. No, see, that's the problem. And again, a lot of the Democratic leadership in Hartford continues to throw a fit because for now, the public won on this. For now, the public won on not paying strikers unemployment. For now, and it's not going away, the public won on at least a part of the electric bill charge for the public benefits. That's after the public won on taxes. That's after the public won on getting rid of the EV mandate. So this is why you see these terse statements from the leadership in Hartford belittling people who, oh my God, the NIMBY crowd, how dare they? How dare they? In a separate release, Desegregate Connecticut and the Regional Planning Association, again, two left-leaning groups who don't like a lot of majority white towns, agree. They criticize the governor in starker terms. Quote, get this. While we're optimistic that the bill will be passed and signed in a special session largely intact, the veto is an affirmation of the status quo and a capitulation to bad faith, fear-mongering, or perhaps just innocent confusion. Notice the dig at the end. Innocent confusion. Yeah, well, maybe this stuff is really complicated. We don't expect the great unwashed to understand that. Boy, you love these statements. You love the twist of the knife here, don't you? They're going to have a big gathering, YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. Going to be in New Haven on September 14th to the 16th. YIMBY is the National Bipartisan Pro-Homes Convention, and over 600 advocates, elected officials, academics, funders, and journalists will be eager to see what a blue state struggling with a housing shortage can accomplish. God, can you be any more pedantic than that? All eyes will be on the governor to demonstrate the state's commitment to tackling this challenge and getting it right with a strong bill in the special session. Here's the bottom line. You can saber rattle all you want, and as much as I think the governor is an honest guy, I think he's a guy that's got the best interests of the state at heart. Obviously, he doesn't care, because I'm not saying he doesn't care. He doesn't care to be criticized, which is what I like about him. He doesn't care. And he's obviously maybe heading into a third term and with hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth. You think he's going to quiver in fear at any one of these groups? No. But see, this is why these news releases and press releases are just dripping and oozing with anger. Because, my God, this is not Dan Malloy. This is not Susan Bysowitz. This was not Governor William Tong. This was not Governor Sean Scanlon. This is not Governor Luke Bronin. How dare, my God, the gall of Ned Lamont to say, you know what, a lot of people don't like this. First selectmen, first select women, mayors, town executives, they don't like it. Let's start over. My God. The gall of this rich white guy from Greenwich. We can't do that. I love this. Oh, God, this is so great. There's nothing greater than the tears of the leadership in Hartford when they don't get their way. And it's wonderful to see. They'll get a housing bill. They'll figure it out. Maybe. You know what's nice now? There's no other bills to hide this. So when they go in this special session, this is going to be blow-by-blow descriptions coming from all over the state. Shows like mine, the print media, the TV. Let's see. See, this is the whole thing now. The leadership also does not want the spotlight on them because they can't hide behind the budget. They can't hide behind a dumb strike bill. They can't hide behind, an injection site bill. They can't hide behind a bill telling Amazon how to run their warehouses. No. Now they're in the spotlight. Or as Terry Collins said during that great rant during the World Series, our ass is in the jackpot. I love that phrase. Bob and Trumbull's here before news. Bob, hello.
Reverend.
Yeah.
If this guy keeps vetoing,
yeah,
I would actually vote for him.
He's got common sense, Bob. He said, listen.
As an independent,
yes,
I would vote for him.
And what did he say?
He does.
And what did he say, Bob? I still want to do this, but I want it to be better. What's wrong with that?
Well, I keep saying if you deport 200,000 of the illegals in the state, That gives you 40,000 housing units, so there's their answer right there.
And if you ever bring that up, and Bob, I got to go time-wise.
Save the Bears.
Well, there it
support
is.
the
Hold on.
illegals, buy a Velo.
Hold on. I was going to set you up for it. Okay, Bob, give your outro. Go ahead.
Okay, save the Bears.
Yeah.
Deport the illegals.
Yeah.
And fly a Velo Airlines out of New Haven.
All right, Bob, there you go. That's Bob's. I thought it was shoot the bears. We'll get to that later, by the way. Some guy was attacked by a bear the other day. Did you see that? In North Canaan. Not New Canaan. In North Canaan. Folks, I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time. And I know everybody who thinks it's Boo Boo and Yogi and Smokey, they're going to start screaming at me. But even the story in the left-leaning Connecticut Mirror said, that bear hunt thing, we may be having that rekindled. All right, but yeah, I mean, see, this is more evidence that some of these Democratic policies in the state are nuts, and it takes one of their own to say, hey, hold it, time out here. We're going to do this. I know I said something before, but you know what? I can change my mind because I'm the boss. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 46 and 47. Left lane is out. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, road work between exit 63 and 62 in the right lane. And you have bridge work between exit 59 and Route 34. Stay to the left to get around it. 91 north and southbound construction between exits 10 and 12. And that's taking out the right lane. Route 8 northbound construction, exit 17 and 18. Southbound side, you have an exit 7 down to 5. Left lane is out. And 84 westbound, more road work, exits 11 and 10. Left lane is blocked. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU. And mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
This summer, cruise to Norwalk, Sheffield Island and the historic Sheffield Island Lighthouse with the Norwalk Seaport Association. Try the Sunset Cruise Wednesdays to Sundays and enjoy being on the Sound while sipping a glass of wine. Or choose the Sheffield Island Cruise with a tour of the 157-year-old lighthouse. The Seaport's vessel is roomy and comfortable with plenty of space. Make your reservation today at seaport.org. Enjoy all the Sound has to offer. Go to seaport.org. See you on board.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And just to sum up here, this is the perfectly stated, I hate to say this, but again, this is just an arrogant statement here by the Democratic State Senate leadership. Martin Looney and Majority Leader Bob Dove said in a statement they're deeply disappointed with Lamont's veto. In Connecticut's state capital, they said, quote, undue weight is placed on the opinions of some municipal officials who do not think beyond the borders of their own communities rather than on the needs of families seeking housing. We had hoped the governor would sign the bill, Looney said. And then state legislators and the governor could negotiate changes to make the bill after the fact. So listen, good for the governor. He didn't trust you, Marty. He didn't trust you, and thank God he didn't sign it and say do this. So good on him. But again, the arrogance in Hartford this is what I mean. The Republicans are not the arrogant party with their policy ideas in Hartford. The majority Democrats are. And if you tell the Democrats, hey, time out, we don't like this, they shake their heads.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. 161 million Americans are dealing with extreme heat today, mostly in the eastern U.S. and all the way north to Boston.
The heat is crazy.
Meteorologist Grant Gilmore.
It is dangerous heat when you're talking about actual temperatures around 100 degrees, feels like temperatures up to around 110.
Correspondent Jim Krasula has more.
Energy demand is expected to surge amid a historic heat wave. Duke Energy is being allowed to exceed certain emission limits to meet power demand. Carolyn Fontaine is a company spokeswoman.
We are urging our customers to conserve energy between 3 and 8 o'clock this evening. That is typically when we see the peak demand for energy on our grid.
Many places will reach 100 degrees or higher across the Carolinas today. Jim Krasula, CBS News, Greensboro, North Carolina.
President Trump is in the Netherlands, where he's to attend a big NATO meeting, but he was working the phones en route, ensuring the ceasefire holds between Iran and Israel. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe at The Hague.
The White House telling us that he spoke directly with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and as the White House says, he was, quote, exceptionally firm and direct with Prime Minister Netanyahu about what needed to happen to sustain the ceasefire. The Prime Minister understood the severity of the situation and the concerns President Trump expressed. That from the White House.
The standoff with Iran over its nuclear program prompted heightened security here in the U.S. and arrests. Nicole Skanga has that.
ICE officials have arrested 11 Iranian nationals spanning 8 states nationwide. Among them, 5 possessed previous criminal convictions, their crimes ranging from grand larceny to drug and firearm possessions. These arrests come as the Department of Homeland Security is alerting the public of a heightened threat environment in the U.S.
The prosecution has rested in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs after more than 6 weeks of testimony and 34 witnesses. Deborah Rodriguez reports on the death of a one-time king of bubblegum pop.
Bobby Sherman was a teen idol of the 1960s and 70s. Known for his cute looks and voluminous brown hair, he'd earned 5 gold albums as a singer. He was also a popular actor, notably co-starring in ABC's Here Come the Brides.
What's the matter, Josh? Don't you think I'm old enough?
Then, while playing a TV doctor in 1974, he was inspired to become a real-life paramedic. It would become his career for the rest of his life. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Sherman was 81. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 540 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The host of a party in Shelton where teenager James McGrath was stabbed to death testified in the trial of the man accused of his killing. Raul Valley is charged with murder and 3 counts of first-degree assault for the stabbing that killed the Fairfield prep student and wounded 3 other teens. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the killing in 2022 and is now 20. Tyler Rich told the jury that he was involved in the fight outside his home that night, but he did not see the knife displayed or the stabbings as they happened. Footage of the testimony was captured by WTNH TV News 8.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing a knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
Another teen also testified yesterday that he did see Valley holding the knife before the killing. As the trial continued today, one of the other stabbing victims, Thomas Connery, said that when Valley attacked him, he thought he was being punched, when in reality he was being stabbed. Connery also testified that he and others saw McGrath lifting up his T-shirt to reveal wounds and profuse bleeding from his chest, saying, "I just got stabbed," before collapsing. Multiple Connecticut state parks were forced to close again yesterday as they reached capacity during the extreme heat. The first to close its parking lot was Miller's Pond in Haddam, which was shut down at around 2 p.m. Bigelow Hollow State Park in Union and the Pataconk Recreation Area in Chester were closed later in the day. A total of 8 state parks were forced to stop accepting new visitors on Sunday because of large crowds. A motorcyclist is dead after hitting a deer and then being hit by a car in Bethany last night. It happened on Route 69 near Wooding Hill Road around 9:40 p.m. State police said 37-year-old Philip Labonte of Thomaston was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone who saw the accident or has dash cam video while traveling in the area at the time of the crash is asked to contact state police. Americans are being warned about traveling overseas in the wake of rising tensions in the Middle East. After the missile strikes in Iran this past weekend, officials from the Department of Homeland Security met with Governor Ned Lamont.
Just saying the risk levels are up. And when it comes to some of your communities, we're here to, at least give you the information we need to keep you safe.
The governor's office released a statement yesterday that said, in part, quote, "We have received no new threats against our state," and also reiterated that DHS is monitoring the situation. NBC spoke with University of New Haven criminal justice expert Bobby McDonald, who had some advice for those planning to travel.
You've got to just be capable of seeing what's around you and be willing to stand up and report something that potentially looks out of the ordinary.
And the Travelers Championship PGA Golf Tournament this past weekend generated over $4 million for charity. Travelers Companies has announced that the money will help more than 200 nonprofit organizations, with the Hole in the Wall Gang camp as the primary beneficiary. The Travelers Championship donates 100% of the proceeds from the golf tournament to charity. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is a little bit easier right now out of New Haven. 95, just some volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy residual delays through Wallingford and North Haven from earlier road work that has just cleared. And on 84, eastbound side, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon, otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As the special interest groups, now that we're a day into this after the governor's news conference and statement yesterday, is the special interest groups, the housing groups, the what they call the YIMBY groups, yes, in my backyard, are going crazy. Well, not literally crazy, but, well, some of them probably are. That Governor Ned Lamont actually did something I think a leader is supposed to do, don't you think? Saying, hey, we want more housing here, but we want the cities and towns to take the lead. Now, if you take a look at some of the statements being made, they clearly don't want to let the cities and towns take the lead. Well, because, they have their own special interest. Well, yeah. Well, they don't want certain people living near that. Well, if somebody has that attitude, number one, you can't verify that. Number two, what are you going to do about it? See, here's the thing that people don't understand about this whole affordable housing thing. So let me explain to you something here. When people hear affordable housing, they think that this is totally an effort to build affordable housing units and nothing else. That's not what this would have done. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. What this bill would have done would have been to allow developers to come in and kind of by an agreement with them saying, well, okay, we will loosen local control on the amount of units you can build. We will designate X amount of units have to be built here, and then the developers will come in and do that while they build, I guess, what are termed market rate units. No developer is going to come into Connecticut, especially in suburban Hartford or in suburban or metro Fairfield County, and are going to build and or sell and or rent units that they can't make a ton of money on. They're just not going to do that. So this notion that there's going to be this grand amount of social engineering in some of these cities or towns, it is just, it's pie in the sky. Will it work to a point? Probably. But again, the problem here is, as I hearken back to what I said last hour, the problem here is not a lot of people know what are actually in bills like this. That's a problem. You know, on programs like this and at other stations around the state and maybe some of the specialty publications, you get we do what we best can to explain what's in a bill here. And we have experts on, hopefully on both sides, who can explain it, but there's always that paragraph, that subsection, that page or two or three in a 100-page bill that you look at and you go, hey, wait a minute here. And maybe this is what the governor is saying to cover his change of mind on this. Maybe that's behind his thinking. I don't know. But listen, no matter how you feel on this affordable housing thing, and yes, we need affordable housing, that's not the issue. But please understand, just because if the governor, say, were to sign this bill, were to have signed this bill, that he didn't, please don't sit back and say, well, look at that. No affordable housing is going to be built. No, no, no. But the problem is the people that get cranky about this don't like it. They do not like it when people understand that, when they understand the intricacies of the bill. And usually in some of these, Facebook groups or nonprofit groups, they have a lawyer or two or three who can download these bills and then read them and say, hey, wait a minute. I see what they're trying to do here, and this ain't right, at least in the opinion of that group. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What do you think of the governor's veto of this? Are you one of the people that are angry about this? Do you feel that, well, we have to start somewhere? And even if this bill was not perfect, even if the bill was a little heavy-handed, it's better to be that way than to do nothing at all? And where in your town can all this affordable housing go? Because remember, you're not going to just build affordable housing. It's going to be built largely with developers who are going to want a little bit more of a treat when they come into town as far as the ability to build, regular priced units that they can either sell or flip or rent and get some sort of a cash flow. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Hi, this is Jaden McClellan, sales manager at Mazda Milford. Discover the future of driving with the all-new 2025 Mazda CX-30 and CX-50 at Mazda Milford. Experience unparalleled style, cutting-edge technology, and exceptional performance in these stunning models. Our expert team is ready to help you find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. Don't miss out on these incredible new releases. Elevate your driving experience with Mazda Milford. Mazda Milford, easy to get to and even easier to do business with. Visit us today or explore our inventory online at MazdaMilford.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads, great for you, and so easy you could put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage, weird, but still a salad. One radish and a couple of green beans, also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is a little bit easier right now out of New Haven. 95, just some volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy residual delays through Wallingford and North Haven from earlier road work that has just cleared. And on 84, eastbound side, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. The traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
There was a person attacked by a bear in the state. We'll get to the particulars on that, and it's, again, rekindling the debate as to whether or not we should have a controlled bear hunt, which I have been in favor of. I don't hunt. I don't own a gun, but I do listen to people who actually are scientists in this, and I don't get all caught up in the we love our animals thing. Culling the herd has been done for thousands of years. I'll get to that momentarily. We'll do that after the break, give you the details. Kind of a scary thing. Thank God the guy's okay. But I have to mention this because this is we all know the biblical character of Pontius Pilate, or Pontius Pilate. Yes, the man who washed his hands after sentencing Jesus to the crucifixion. So there's nothing better. Well, there are a few things better. I can't say there's nothing better. A few things better than the members of my business, all of a sudden, and they're still doing it after months, saying, well, that Joe Biden guy that we all loved, and this is not to dance on the, the remnants of the Biden pregnancy, the Biden presidency, but how can you not laugh at this? Listen to this. Fox News story here. Former NBC News host Chuck Todd, just left NBC a few months ago, whatever. Very high praise. He was on Meet the Press for how many years? Anchor. All right, Chuck Todd. Mainstream network, NBC. This is the thing about my business that just drives me crazy. Chuck Todd wondered on Monday if the media were sold a, quote, 40-year bill of goods, unquote, about Joe Biden being a family man during a discussion about Mr. Biden's move to run for re-election. They're still trying to get the stink, the decades-old stink of kissing Joe Biden's rear end off of them. This is hysterical. And he was talking to Jake Tapper about the Tapper's book and whatever. So listen to this. Now this is on a podcast, an audio and video podcast. So millions of people are probably going to watch this thing. He said, quote, "You and I covered for the most of our professional lives the story of Joe Biden was this. This guy cared about his family so much. He commuted home every night from Washington," Todd said. Todd spoke to Jake Tapper about his new book. Todd said, quote, "You know what else you could say? This man was so ambitious that after his family went through the tragedy, he commuted every day to work. It's like the same story. I sit here, I look at this, and I think we were sold a 40-year bill of goods. And now they say it. See, this is the thing. I don't care what they think about Joe Biden. People had said this for years and years, that he was a master at his own image. Not that Trump isn't. Don't get me wrong here. But again, this is the thing that makes me laugh here, because during those Biden years, even more than Mr. Obama, even more than Bill Clinton, a lot of people hammered Bill Clinton for the Monica stuff and, all the stuff during his presidency. Barack Obama got hammered to an extent. But for some reason, I never could understand that it was, Scranton Joe, old Joe, the black kids used to like to play with the hair on my legs. He actually said that. That's not me making it up or disrespecting him. He talked about the little black kids at the pool that used to like to play with his leg hair. And if you don't believe me, look it up. And he said this willingly. But man, did they cover for Biden or what? And again, I understand there's a question of access here. But all of a sudden now, you got Chuck Todd on NBC, you got Jake Tapper from CNN, all of a sudden saying, well, maybe Biden wasn't this great guy after all. But if somebody on Fox or Newsmax or some conservative columnist mentioned it, are you kidding? He is smart as he's smart as a whip. You'll see when he runs. Oh, my God. This is going to be a scar on my business. It should be for decades. It should be for decades. It's mind-boggling here, the revisionist history. And here's the thing. They knew. Don't think they just found this stuff out. They knew this all. Believe me, I've talked to enough of these people over the years, and not just at the U.S. level, but even the state level. Listen, so many people who conduct some sort of reportage, either radio or TV or print, on a local or national level, they don't tell you 10% of what they know. And there had always been rumblings about Biden, whatever, and the family's weird, and his son, and the whole thing was an act about riding the train. I'm not here to discuss that. I couldn't care less. Honestly, I don't care. But all of a sudden now, guys like Chuck Todd, guys like Jake Tapper, again, they all go into full Pontius Pilate mode. Hey, this Biden guy, maybe he's not the guy we thought. Okay, I get it. I understand it. Sometimes you tread around certain administrations lightly. But my God, when somebody at Fox or Newsmax or the National Review or the New York Post or anybody like that talked about that, oh, my, here they go. The right wing, there they go with the smear tactics on Joe Biden. But now, because Tapper has a book, because Todd has his Toddcast or podcast, as he calls it, whatever. Now it's okay. Hey, maybe we shouldn't have bought this hook, line, and sinker. Come on, guys. You know what? Stop digging. What's the first rule in crisis communications? Stop digging. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The Upper Merritt is a little bit easier right now out of New Haven. 95, just some volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy residual delays through Wallingford and North Haven from earlier road work that has just cleared. And on 84, eastbound side, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. June is Men's Mental Health Month, and my guy, it's time to talk. Men today face immense pressure to perform, to provide, to keep everything together. So it's no wonder that 6 million men in the U.S. suffer from depression every year. Men are also less likely to seek therapy than women, which means depression among men often goes underdiagnosed. If you're a man and you're feeling the weight of the world, the strongest thing you can do is ask for help. Talk to someone, anyone, a therapist, a friend, a loved one, because real strength comes from being honest about what you're carrying and doing something about it. Therapy can help you find your way, and BetterHelp makes it easy to start. Take a short online quiz and connect with a qualified therapist from the privacy of home. Every man deserves better. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
All right, standing by the starters gate there, news from CBS and also the one and only Chris Williams. Hey, coming back, we'll give you the story over the past few days. Somebody was wounded by a bear in North Canaan, not New Canaan, North Canaan, Litchfield County Hills, and Now people are wondering again, do we at least have to entertain the thought out of a sense of public safety? Not that people love to go around killing animals, but out of a sense of public safety that there needs to be a limited bear hunt to, as they've been saying for hundreds of years, cull the herd. We'll discuss that coming up.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is in the Netherlands for a NATO meeting. Senator Jeanne Shaheen is also there, and like many lawmakers, seeking answers about his strategy in Iran.
It remains to be seen what the next steps are, and President Trump has not been clear about what he hopes to happen next.
A classified briefing for lawmakers was postponed today. 160 million Americans are under heat alerts. Luke Robinson works for a trash collection company in Kentucky, where they got an early start to beat the heat.
We started at 4 a.m. this morning, so we'll get about an hour go-ahead on it, try to help each other out as we finish to get us out of here as soon as possible.
It's Democratic primary day in New York City. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo is considered the front runner.
If you don't vote, other people do, and then you lose your right to complain.
He's followed closely in the polls by state legislator Zohran Mamdani. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The city of Bridgeport has received a $200,000 grant from the state to design a continuous pathway with more spots providing direct access to Yellow Mill Channel. Representatives from the city of Bridgeport said they are pleased with the grant being awarded and cited some of the progress to the area, including the Steel Point development on the Lower East Side and the proposed minor league soccer stadium as reasons for the grant having been awarded. The goal is to further Bridgeport's waterfront plan by giving residents access to the Yellow Mill Channel, which runs parallel to Bridgeport Harbor. The pathway would begin from Waterfront Park, which is located at Crescent and Waterview Avenues, down to where Waterview and Stratford Avenues meet at the Steel Point development. Police are warning people to be aware of a new nationwide social media trend called jugging. The term is used to describe when suspects linger near a bank or ATM, watch a person withdraw cash, and then they follow the person. Police said the suspects are looking for the opportunity to rob the intended victim. People are advised to take precautions, including being discreet after withdrawing cash, being aware of their surroundings, and if they believe they are being followed out of the bank parking lot, call 911 or drive to the nearest police station. The son of a Connecticut state representative is being sought in connection with the disappearance of a 15-year-old West Haven girl. Police say they believe Marissa Preet is with 22-year-old Chris Anaskavich Jr., the son of Clinton Republican Representative Chris Anaskavich. The girl was last seen on Saturday with Anaskavich and another teenager. His father, Chris Sr., says he has been in contact with law enforcement and is helping in any other priority bills of the session. Senate President Martin Looney and Majority Leader Bob Duff say they are not happy that the governor rejected the comprehensive effort to address the state's urgent housing crisis. Lamont had initially indicated that he was willing to sign the bill, but ultimately believed some sections went too far.
The bill makes a really good start at a really important problem confronting our state. You know, that said, we can do better. We will do better. We're going to have a better bill, and I'd like to see that bill, on my desk again after a special session this fall.
Leaders of both parties say they are hopeful of working with Lamont on a new housing bill in the upcoming special session that is appropriate for Connecticut. East Haven Republican State Representative Joe Zullo, an outspoken critic of the housing bill, told WTNH-TV News 8 it was time for a fresh start.
I think it gives us all a chance to reset the temperature and get back to the table and work on something that's better.
In the meantime, Governor Ned Lamont has signed a bill that will crack down on street takeover events in Connecticut. The new law increases fines and penalties for people who organize or participate in street takeovers and provides police with new tools to combat them. Multiple Connecticut cities and towns have been struggling with street takeovers and illegal street racing for years. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber recently praised the work of a Fairfield PD task force that led to the arrests of 4 people connected to drag racing in a city parking lot.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
Stamford, New Haven, and Bridgeport have all formed similar task forces or enacted new ordinances to combat street takeovers. A longtime Connecticut TV journalist and television personality has died. WTNH-TV News 8's former chief Capitol correspondent Mark Davis died yesterday. Davis joined Channel 8 in 1984, first as anchor, and was then assigned to the state capitol to be News 8's political reporter. He covered much of former Governor John Rowland's administration and was the first to break the news of Rowland's resignation, and also went on the campaign trail when then presidential candidate Al Gore selected Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman as his vice presidential running mate. Governor Ned Lamont put out a statement mourning Davis's passing, saying in part, quote, "Mark Davis is a Connecticut icon and his passing is a loss for our state." Former Governor Dan Malloy recalled his fond memories of Davis.
The likes of himself are not likely to reappear. You know, he came from another era. I don't think he ever asked a question that he didn't have a hunch the answer would be.
Numerous people from both the world of journalism and politics expressed condolences on Davis's death, including Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding and U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal. Mark Davis was 76. And the high temperature of 94 degrees yesterday in Bridgeport was record-breaking. The 94 degrees broke the all-time high temperature for June 23rd by 3 degrees. The former high of 91 for the day was set in 2010. Much of Connecticut is still under a heat advisory until 8 o'clock tonight. Temperatures hovering around 100 degrees combined with tropical humidity will create feel-like temperatures between 105 and 112 degrees. Tomorrow will be in the mid-90s with a chance of scattered showers or thunderstorms in the afternoon. Temperatures will drop into the 70s with showers likely on Thursday. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes from Stamford through Fairfield. The upper Merritt is a little bit easier right now. Out of New Haven, 95, just some volume delays through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross, southbound side, heavy residual delays through Wallingford and North Haven from earlier road work that has just cleared. And on 84, eastbound side, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
What do you think the reaction would be if you had a bear, black bear, basically being triggered by something connected to its instinct? Now, we don't know exactly how a bear or any other animal actually thinks or whether they think. We have crude measurements for some animals, you know, some very smart dog breeds, ravens, crows tend to be very, according to what scientists can tell us, tend to be very intelligent. But again, we're faced with a reminder over the past few days, and thankfully it didn't turn out as bad as it could, of the number of black bears and the black bear population that has increased in the state. Now, I brought this up a couple of times, said I would keep you up to date on it. And we have a near tragedy here. And I know whenever I bring this up, I get yelled at and screamed at, and I get nasty emails, and people call up and they share it on social media. Oh, the SOB on the radio wants to kill all the bears. No, I don't. But it is clear we have to consider a bear hunt. And that's not me saying that. Those are the scientists from DEEP, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the bear biologists, have said what we're doing doesn't work. Because people don't do what we tell them to do, and they do what we tell them not to do. Typical Connecticut behavior. A Connecticut bear attack injures a man in North Canaan. The victim sustained scratches to his chest, but denied medical treatment at the scene. The attack, which Connecticut officials say involved a sow with cubs, is the latest in a number of bear encounters in the state in recent years, prompting some lawmakers to weigh solutions to the problem, including a potential bear hunt. Now, by the way, I checked here. 36 states have some form, depending upon the season, depending upon whether it's registered or regulated or whatever. 36 states have bear hunts. This includes both a spring and fall season, some states offering both. Several states also have specific regulations regarding how you hunt a bear, like whether you bait or you hound hunt, whatever. So apparently this was, in fact, a close call here. The incident in North Canaan occurred early Monday morning when the victim stepped between his dog and the bear, which had cubs present nearby. Oh, okay, I understand. That's according to James Fowler, who is a spokesman for the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The victim was not named by DEEP, sustained scratches to his chest, and declined medical treatment. DEEP apparently has set up a trap in the area in hopes of capturing the bear, but said that a lack of distinctive markings on the bear in question would make it impossible for officials to confirm its identity. Okay. Connecticut is home to between 1,000 and 1,200 black bears, most of them in the hills of Litchfield County. Now, however, there was a bear relatively close to me, not physically close, but in my town of Wallingford the other day. I'm seeing people constantly, and I guess West Hartford is a big bear town too. I'm seeing people put up videos and on the video, like on Facebook or on Instagram, whatever, they put, how cool is this? A bear walking across my front lawn. Wait a minute. Hold it. See, this is the problem. A bear should not be walking across your front lawn. And then people put on well, he was hungry. All the more worse. A hungry bear should not be walking across your front lawn. And then somebody puts on the same social media string, well, at my son's daycare the other day, they had a bear around the back of the building at a daycare. And then some moron puts it, well, maybe the bear was just hungry. Do people not understand that the reason bears are walking in people's backyards is because we don't hunt them, which you may think is okay. That's fine. But do you understand how bad this is now that the bears don't fear humans? Bears are not supposed to be walking in your backyard. They're not. They have undergone an anthropological change here in Connecticut because, unlike 36 other states, we don't hunt them. Now, I'm not a hunter. I've never fired a live round of ammunition. And if a buddy or relative of mine came to me and says, hey, let's go hunting for bear or quail or squirrels or duck, deer. No, I'm not going to go. I'm just not a hunter. I understand people do trophy hunting. I understand they eat what they kill, grill it and kill it. Thank you, Ted Nugent. I get that. That's not me. But can we please stop saying, and the other thing I see is, we're taking their land. They have a right. We're talking about bears here, not a Native American tribe. While they're taking their land. What are we supposed to do? Give the bears a casino? Come on. The humankind, mankind, womankind, all the different kinds you want, we've been encroaching on animal areas for thousands of years. This is not normal. We need a bear hunt. It doesn't mean I want to carpet bomb every bear in Connecticut. That's not the issue. 3 words. Culling the herd. When you turn on Channel 3 or Channel 8 or Fox 61 or Channel 30 or News 12 and they show you video, and one of our viewers saw this bear walking through her yard in blah, 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 Connecticut. No, don't show that stuff. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's only a matter of time before somebody gets mauled. We almost had that kid get dragged off, a couple of years ago up there in Morris, Connecticut. Thank God for his grandfather and a neighbor for, what'd they do, conk the bear in the head with a shovel or something like that? My God. It's time for a bear hunt. Stop it. It's not Yogi. It's not boo-boo. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Here it comes. I'm going to watch my email now. I'm going to watch my text screen. Go ahead, text me, telling me I should be hunted.
If you or a loved one has been targeted by a scam or fraud, you are not alone. The free AARP Fraud Watch Network provides reliable, up-to-date insights, alerts, and prevention resources to help you spot and avoid scams. The AARP Fraud Watch Network helpline offers support and assistance on what to do next and how to avoid scams in the future. AARP's trained fraud specialists and volunteers field thousands of calls each month to give guidance you can trust, free of judgment. Join AARP Connecticut on Friday, June 27th from 12 until 12:30 p.m. for their next Fighting Fraud with AARP Connecticut webinar. To hear more about the AARP Fraud Watch Network helpline, common scams currently being reported, and how it can help you now or in the future. Register now at aarp.org/CT events. Watch back episodes of Fighting Fraud with AARP on their YouTube channel.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see Get a Phone on Us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour crash through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and Route 8 are easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Local talk every afternoon. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I don't want to be here in this chair next year or the year after talking about an old lady, some old guy walking his dog, some kids out in the back getting mauled by a bear. I don't want to have to sit here and go over the details of this and have an expert on, and maybe Melissa would have an expert on or Lisa would have an expert on. It's time for Connecticut to do what other states do. I'm not talking about blowing up every bear in the state. Do what Massachusetts does. Massachusetts, by the way, has about twice as many bears as Connecticut does, and they're ready to amp up their bear hunts. You know why? Because people won't listen to what the experts say to our north. And they keep leaving food out, and they keep these bird feeders. How often have we heard, don't put a bird feeder out there, and people have to feed the birds? Oh, look, honey, there's 2 bears in our backyard. Gee, should we get the kids in from the pool, Maud? Unbelievable. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm not here to mow down every bear in Connecticut. Cull the herd. It's been going on for thousands of years. Well, we shouldn't kill bears. Well, would you have chicken last night? That chicken was killed before you ate it. All right? So please, spare me the indignation of killing an innocent animal. Hey, like Disney said, it's the circle of life. The bears are showing up in towns and cities and neighborhoods because we haven't been killing them. Do you understand what the state experts are saying? This is not me saying it. We have state bear biologists who get paid to do this. So you cull some of the herd. Who cares? Who cares? Are you wearing leather shoes? Yeah, you know what that leather might have been from at one time. Or alligator. You throw a football around every so often. Did you have any bacon recently? Well, some innocent pig died for your touch football game in the backyard with Grandpa there. Or that bacon and eggs, the bacon part of the bacon and eggs once had a family. You didn't care about that, did you? But, man, you mentioned bears, you think it's Yogi and Boo Boo. Oh, my God. Mark in New Haven is here. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Paul. Yeah, pigs are a very intelligent animal.
Yes.
It's a shame what we do to them.
And we kill them by the thousands every day.
I know. It's a shame. But as far as bears go, I don't think we have to change anything. I mean, how many people have gotten killed by bears in this state? None, as far as I know.
Yeah, but it's coming. The experts all say it's going to happen sooner than later.
Yeah, the experts say, but the experts have been wrong many times.
What?
Just look at COVID.
I knew you were going to bring it back to that because you always do. Why are you drawing a parallel between bloodthirsty bears and COVID? What are you doing to us?
Oh, the experts, because the experts don't know what they're talking about usually.
You got any bears around your house?
No, I haven't seen one, but I've been hiking for years, and I've never seen a bear, to be honest with you.
Okay, I hope you don't. No, honestly, Mark, I hope you don't, because I have actually stopped going to a couple of walking trails I usually go to because I don't want to see a bear. And by the way, there were bears reported on those trails. I don't go there anymore. So, yeah.
Well, you want to stay away from a female and her cubs. That's all you got to worry about.
Well, yeah, but how? But what if I don't see the cub? What if the cubs are hiding and I just see mom staring me down?
Then you got a problem.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, Mark. Boy, did you go to college for that? That's some great stuff there, Mark. I like that, huh? Yeah?
Thanks, Paul.
All right, Mark. Be good there. Mark from New Haven telling us, hey, stay away from mom if she has her cubs. And yes, I understand. That's part of an inbred kind of response. Mother protecting your babies. She doesn't know that you're just trying to burn off that triple whopper you had for lunch, you fat slob. But mom's going to start, flashing those claws. Let me tell you something. You'd get speed out of this Italian fat suburban guy like you never thought. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Deep again, telling people after this last encounter, secure trash in bear-proof containers. Remove bird feeders during the summer and fall. And I don't get the bird feeding. I'm sorry. I don't mean to break your chops on this. I don't get the bird feeding. I don't get it. Birds are not toys. Birds are animals. Okay, stop with a bird feeder, especially if there are bears in your area. They can sniff that stuff from a couple of miles away. Bears have an incredible sense of smell. So like I said, you leave a bird feeder out there, it's like, can I go back to what my people like to say? It's like an andibast out there. The bird goes, oh, look at this. Man, what with the bird feeding? Stop. Birds can find food. The birds are fine. The birds can find worms. They know what berries they can eat. They know what greenery they can eat. They can find seeds. They find insects. They don't need the cheap suet and the garbage you buy them from the pet store. I'm sorry. Residents with pets or walking dogs in areas with known bear activity should maintain a high sense of awareness. I would too. I'm so aware I don't go there anymore. Anyway, State Rep Rick Lopes, New Britain, says he expects to resurrect a proposal for a bear hunt next year. And he says it's more likely to pass if conflicts continue to escalate. And we know it's only a matter of time, but cross your fingers you don't read about anybody getting mauled. Yes, to Mark's point, it's very rare. But then again, you don't know what triggers an animal. You don't know what triggers a dog when it mauls somebody. Remember, we're dealing with animal instinct here, not the capacity like we humans have, most of us anyway, to reason. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour crash through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. New Haven, 95, busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Wilbur Cross and Route 8 are easier. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting international animal rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, we wrap up the hour with this. Get this. A man clock going more than 120 miles an hour on I-84 on Sunday. Over 120. Admitted to police that he pulled over on the highway to drink a beer. Carlos Gallegos Loja, L-O-J-A, Loja or Loja of Brockton, Massachusetts, was arrested on charges of reckless driving, driving under the influence, illegal operation of a motor vehicle without minimum insurance, failure to drive in the proper lane, on and on and on. So they clocked this. I shouldn't say kid. He's 23. They clocked him at 100. They clocked him at 100 and. How fast was he going there? 122. Sorry. They clocked the kid at 122. They couldn't find him. Then they found him. And he tells the cops, yeah, I pulled over to drink a beer. This is who's driving next to you on the highway. This is all happening near exit 39. It's mind-numbing. 122 miles an hour. And he pulled over to drink a beer. Is this from eating paint chips, falling out of a high chair, improper oxygen at birth? Who does that? No, I didn't do that when I was when you were a kid, Paul. No, when I was a kid, I didn't drink and drive, and I didn't drive that fast.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The eastern U.S. is sweltering.
This is a significant heat wave. You're talking about record high temperatures that are probably going to break 100-year-old records.
Meteorologist Grant Gilmore, as if the heat isn't bad enough, the humidity is making it feel well above 100 degrees as far north as Boston. Luke Robinson works for a trash collection company in Lexington, Kentucky.
We always keep water and Gatorade on us. It's supplied to us, but we also have a supervisor that runs around and makes sure that we're all good, and they'll have ice, Gatorade, and water on them as well.
It's primary day in New York, and that includes the Democratic contenders for mayor. Odyssey reporter Marla Diamond has that.
Voter turnout was strong at Andrew Cuomo's Midtown Manhattan polling site despite the oppressive heat.
I'm feeling good. People have to vote.
We love you. Can't wait to see you as mayor. The former governor finds himself neck and neck with newcomer Zohran Mamdani, whose populist message has resonated with younger voters.
What we offer is a vision to keep New Yorkers in the place that they call home.
With a ranked choice voting system that eliminates candidates over several rounds, it's unlikely a winner will emerge tonight. Marla Diamond for CBS News, New York.
President Trump is now in the Netherlands for a NATO meeting. He worked the phones from Air Force One to ensure the ceasefire between Iran and Israel doesn't fall apart. CBS's Haley Ott is in Tel Aviv.
Currently, the ceasefire's been holding, but this is a very fragile situation with many volatile parts, so everyone is proceeding with extreme caution.
Israel's military chief says the focus will now return to Gaza, where dozens were killed today at an aid distribution center. Reporter Robert Berger has that.
We're seeing almost every day these incidents of Israeli forces opening fire at the Palestinians with a very heavy death toll. The Army has not commented and says it's looking into the incident.
Allison Keyes reports millions of Americans who still owe on their student loans are at risk of losing part of their paychecks this summer.
TransUnion says roughly 6 million federal student loan borrowers are 90 days or more past due now that a pandemic-era reprieve is over. Nearly a third of them could start having their wages garnished as soon as next month. The Education Department resumed collections on defaulted loans last month and warned borrowers that their tax refunds and federal benefits could be withheld if they don't take steps to restart payments. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Oil prices plunged again today as fears over Iran subsided. The Dow finished 500 points higher. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I've always gotten tons of UTIs. Cranberry products never worked for me, and I was desperate for a way to be proactive. I'm Jenna Ryan, CEO and founder of Eucora. We've worked with doctors to develop effective urinary tract health products. Just mix a packet of Eucora with water and drink it when you need support, like right after intimacy. Eucora is helping over 100,000 women stay healthy. Ready to join them? Get 30% off at eucora.com/radio. That's UQORA.com/radio.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Much of Connecticut is under a heat advisory again until 8 o'clock tonight. Temperatures hovering around 100 degrees combined with tropical humidity will create feel-like temperatures between 105 and 112 degrees. Tomorrow will be in the mid-90s with a chance of scattered showers or thunderstorms in the afternoon. Temperatures will drop into the 70s with showers likely on Thursday. The high temperature of 94 degrees yesterday in Bridgeport was record-breaking. The 94 degrees broke the all-time high temperature for June 23rd by 3 degrees. The former high of 91 for the day was set in 2010. Police are warning people to be aware of a new nationwide social media trend called jugging. The term is used to describe when suspects linger near a bank or ATM, watch a person withdraw cash, and then they follow the person. Police said the suspects are looking for the opportunity to rob the intended victim. People are advised to take precautions, including being discreet after withdrawing cash, being aware of their surroundings, and if they believe they are being followed out of the bank parking lot, call 911 or drive to the nearest police station. And a longtime Connecticut TV journalist and television personality has died. WTNH TV News 8's former chief Capitol correspondent Mark Davis died yesterday. Davis joined Channel 8 in 1984, first as anchor, and was then assigned to the state capitol to be News 8's political reporter. He covered much of former Governor John Rowland's administration and was the first to break the news of Rowland's resignation, and also went on the campaign trail when then presidential candidate Al Gore selected Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman as his vice presidential running mate. Governor Ned Lamont put out a statement mourning Davis's passing, saying in part, quote, "Mark Davis is a Connecticut icon and his passing is a loss for our state." Former Governor Dan Malloy recalled his fond memories of Davis.
The likes of himself are not likely to reappear. You know, he came from another era. I don't think he ever asked a question that he didn't have a hunch the answer would be.
Numerous people from both the world of journalism and politics expressed condolences on Davis's death, including Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding and U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal. Mark Davis was 76. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Slow ride coming off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon, otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, I got to tell you, if you have any interest at all in what goes on in New York City, and I do, my son and likely future daughter-in-law live there, you had better pray that Andrew Cuomo wins this primary that's going on today with the ranked choice voting. Oh, my God. This guy, Zohran Mamdani. Now, unless I get this wrong, which I often do, if this guy Mamdani wins, this guy will make Bill de Blasio look like Ronald Reagan. I got to tell you, this guy will make, if he wins, I'm telling you, he will make Eric Adams, who's running in the November election as an independent, This guy will make Eric Adams look like Dwight Eisenhower. Have you read about this guy, Zohran Mamdani? He's a democratic socialist, number one. Number two, he won't directly. If you don't believe this, just look it up yourself. This guy won't directly denounce the phrase globalize the intifada. Oh, how about that, huh? But the guy has come out of nowhere. And again, it's no surprise because a lot of his platform is centered on rent control, on city-run grocery stores, on free this and free that. Whereas, listen, Andrew Cuomo is Andrew Cuomo. We all know about the stuff during COVID. But my God, if this guy wins, people will sob with the memories of Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg and even Eric Adams, who's actually been a pretty good mayor. Crime is down to the city. So we'll keep an eye on that. They won't know for a couple of days. But boy, and I know you may not like Andrew Cuomo. I get it. I understand it. A lot of my friends, it's a love-hate thing with the whole Cuomo legacy. We get it. But at least Andy Cuomo's got a resume. This guy, a Democratic socialist mayor in New York City. And this guy is so bad. Even the New York Times the other day, the Upper West Side leftist-loving New York Times wrote this piece going, no, please don't vote for this guy. Oh, what a cluster. You know what this is going to be. And I hope it isn't. I love New York City. I used to go in there 2 or 3 days a week pre-COVID to work. Love Manhattan. My son lived in Manhattan on the Upper West Side. He lives in Queens right now. But this guy, Mamdani, he says, well, they globalized the intifada. It kind of, oh, boy, here we go. That's all we need. Democratic, socialist mayor in New York City. Hey, all you people on the Upper West Side there, you may want to move that money offshore. Bill in New Haven is here. Bill, good afternoon. How are you?
All right. Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Well, keep feeding the bears. Make sure you got nice chickens. Have the kids play out there. When the kids start missing and they get here screaming in the woods. And
then you got a problem.
With the bodies half dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. Just get out and walk, sweat your ass off, take a cold shower.
That's it.
Deal with life. It's good for you, though.
Well, it is good. It's like a sauna. It's like taking a nice sauna.
Basically sweating all the shit out of your body.
All right, Bill, thanks. Appreciate that. We get that, Mr. Producer? We did. He's laughing. All right, our buddy, our pal. Dr. Gary Rose, straight ahead from Sacred Heart University.
Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust. Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, this shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 107 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, Cityline Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Every day, 224 Americans die from an opioid overdose. That's like a plane crash every single day. But it doesn't have to be this way. Everyone knows somebody affected, and treatment works. The APT Foundation has been at the forefront of reducing stigma and expanding access to life-saving care for almost 55 years. Their scientifically proven open access model works and saves lives. Medications like methadone are safe, effective, and affordable. Since 2009, 8 to 10% of all U.S. methadone patients have come through the APT Foundation. Together, let's break the barriers to treatment. Visit aptfoundation.org to learn more.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Slow ride coming off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Always a pleasure to welcome one of my favorite contributors back to the program to talk about all things politics, local, state, national, around the world. We speak, of course, of Dr. Gary Rose, Sacred Heart University poli-sci professor and scholar in residence. Gary, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Doing well, Paul. Good to hear from you.
Let's just start, Gary, before we get to Connecticut and before we do the national and the world stuff. This New York City election today, between an icon Democrat with an iconic last name and a Democratic socialist who was talking about stuff that are making people on the Upper West Side even squeamish. Are we about to see a seismic shift in this whole thing, Gary? And even if Mamdani loses, it would be quite a scare for the Democratic establishment in the Big Apple.
Yeah, very much so. And he's a very viable candidate. There are a lot of people in New York, as I understand it, who in the city there who truly appreciate his message of equality and fairness and distribution of wealth and so forth. And so, yeah, I mean, he is a viable candidate. But on the other hand, you know, with Cuomo there, you do have Bill Clinton's endorsement, which I think is going to carry a lot of weight in that. But I think it's going to be a very close race. It could very well be.
Yeah.
And you've got Adams running as an independent, I guess, in the general, and Curtis Sliwa as a Republican candidate, which is interesting. But yeah, but the whole story is on this primary, and it's going to be primaries do tell us an awful lot about what where the party is, and we'll know more about where the party is, with with this primary. Sure.
And plus, Gary, I tell people who ask me, and I'm sure you hear the same thing, hey, what's with this ranked choice voting? And I tell them, well, watch what's going on in New York and judge whether you like it. Use there. Would you want that here in Connecticut?
Yeah, I know. And, Governor Lamont at one time said he would be, very much amenable to having ranked choice voting in Connecticut. And he thinks it's actually a good idea as well. But that would have to be legislated. And my understanding is that in the Connecticut state legislature, there's not a real appetite for that. But nevertheless, Lamont did consider, the ranked choice. He said it would be something that he would like to look into, and maybe we should at least start experimenting with it. Yeah. I had a speaker come in once who was a part of a group that really was promoting that, and he outlined it on the board for the students. And it can be very complicated, and there's a lot of room for error, I think.
Yeah.
That concerns me about that.
Yeah. Dr. Gary Rose is our guest. Gary, if you could move around just a little, your cell's breaking up a bit. Speaking of Governor Ned Lamont, boy, I got to tell you, he is really facing some blowback, Gary, from his party. A little bit on the striking workers bill, to pay unemployment there. But boy, is he getting blowback, Gary, on this housing bill. Wow, from some of the leaders in his party.
Yeah, he is, and I hope you can hear me a little better.
Yeah,
now.
Much better. Thank you, sir. Yeah,
I have moved. I've moved. Yeah, and yeah, he is. But I have to tell you though, Paul, I think that his position on that, his opposition to it, that is his veto. He's going to, he's not in favor of that zoning bill.
Yeah.
I think it indicates, a desire to run for reelection.
Oh, sure.
I truly do. Yeah. I mean, yes, he's getting blowback, as you say, particularly from the progressive wing of his party. Mm-hmm. There are some Democrats who are opposed to it, I should say, and favor, Lamont's position on that. But I think that it actually, his veto and his position on it actually is a very electable position, quite frankly, because there's not a lot of desire throughout the state and at the grassroots and among selectmen and zoning boards and so forth for that bill. And so I think he's taken a pretty popular stand. And I know that people are asking, is this an indication that he wants to run? And some have said no. I think it actually is. I think it might be.
Yeah, and Gary, I don't see anything wrong with that because the governor said, hey, listen, I don't want... Now, of course, people are saying, well, your staff was there, which he admits, but I think he kind of cleanses himself when he says, you know what? I heard a lot from the first selectmen, the first select women, the mayors, and they don't like it. And to me, Gary, that's what a good leader should do and say, all right, you don't like this, you know what? Let's just go clean sheet and start over. And I think that's going to get him points. I really do.
I do. I mean, the two big issues right now are, as you said, you got the zoning bill, and then you have the other issue in terms of giving benefits to strikers. And, Lamont's position on both of those puts him, I think, right in the center of the electorate. And I think that he actually is in a very good position politically, to get that. And I don't foresee a challenge within the party, with Lamont too. I mean, his approval ratings are so impressive.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
really are.
he knows what he's doing with that. And although, there are those who say, no, these are not indications of a desire to run. But,
yeah.
I think it is. I think he's got a lot ahead of him. He really does.
I think so, too. And, Gary, finally, Mr. Trump seems to give you and I and plenty of show material, plenty of class material. And, boy, I tell you, he still keeps the opposition in the Democratic Party. I mean, he has them reeling. They are still, now it's early in the term, but, they're still really reeling. They can't get a grip on this. And now all this stuff in the Middle East, it certainly is something different every day, isn't it?
Yeah, and, it's all about now the More Powers Act that was passed in 1973, and whether or not, the president has been in violation of this. And there are those like AOC, et cetera, that are calling for impeachment. But, actually, if you look at the public opinion polls, they're on the side of the president on this issue, and it's not a winning issue for the Democrats to go after him right now. And the American people have felt that Iran poses an existential threat, not just to Israel, but also to the United States. And so I think that Trump is actually in a pretty good position politically with the decision he made.
Yeah, and finally, Gary, he has this talent, and people would, you and I would say it's a political talent. I guess other people would disparage him and hate him about it. But there's something in the news cycle with him every single day. And the Democrats, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they must just throw their arms up in the air, throw their hands up in the air. I mean, how do they? And even when the guy screws up, he's still just the next day, boom, boom. He's like a boxer that just keeps unloading haymakers here.
Yeah, and he is the most accessible president, too, when it comes to meeting with the press and speaking with them. And I know that drives them crazy because he actually does control the narrative of what's happening out there, because he steals largely the media from them. And so he's really very savvy when it comes to controlling it, to messaging and dominating, what people are talking about. And it puts the Democrats repeatedly on the defensive, and it's very difficult for them to articulate a message or for people to really understand what it is that they are for, because everything that they respond to is against Trump.
Well, yeah.
So the Democrats, I think, really have a lot of soul searching to do to really figure out what they stand for, because right now it's just the anti-Trump party. That's really what I think people see them as.
Dr. Gary Rose, Sacred Heart University, poli-sci professor, scholar in residence. Gary, always good to chat with you, my friend. We'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
All right, Paul. Okay,
appreciate it, Dr. Gary Rose there, Sacred Heart University. Yeah, I mean, if you're, I actually feel sorry for Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. How do you get traction against Trump? If you love him or hate him or whatever, he's a boxer that just keeps there's no stick and move. It's haymakers. It's overhand rights. It's uppercuts. I mean, I could see why half of the country in any way, shape, or in any given time, any way, shape, or time here, feels frustrated. We head toward news. A lot more coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Slow ride coming off of Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 busy, but moving through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. June is Men's Mental Health Month, and my guy, it's time to talk. Men today face immense pressure to perform, to provide, to keep everything together. So it's no wonder that 6 million men in the U.S. suffer from depression every year. Men are also less likely to seek therapy than women, which means depression among men often goes underdiagnosed. If you're a man and you're feeling the weight of the world, the strongest thing you can do is ask for help. Talk to someone, anyone, a therapist, a friend, a loved one, because real strength comes from being honest about what you're carrying and doing something about it. Therapy can help you find your way, and BetterHelp makes it easy to start. Take a short online quiz and connect with a qualified therapist from the privacy of home. Every man deserves better. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABCRadio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. It is blistering hot in the eastern U.S.
These temperatures all up along the eastern seaboard and back into the Carolinas are just going to continue to soar.
Meteorologist Grant Gilmore says records could shatter as far north as Boston. The ceasefire between Iran and Israel appears to be holding. Robert Berger reports.
If Iran fires more ballistic missiles at Israel, then it's sure that the Israelis are going to retaliate. But right now, both sides seem to want to hold their fire.
A teen idol from the 60s and 70s has died. Bobby Sherman, who had a string of hits and then went on to star in shows like Here Come the Brides, he was 81 years old. The prosecution has rested in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He confirmed to the judge today he will not be testifying at the sex trafficking trial. On Wall Street, the Dow is currently up 561 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A motorcyclist is dead after hitting a deer and then being hit by a car in Bethany last night. It happened on Route 69 near Wooding Hill Road around 9:40 p.m. State police said 37-year-old Philip Labonte of Thomaston was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone who saw the accident or has dash cam video while traveling in the area at the time of the crash is asked to contact state police. The son of a Connecticut state representative is being sought in connection with the disappearance of a 15-year-old West Haven girl. Police say they believe Marissa Preet is with 22-year-old Chris Anaskevich Jr., the son of Clinton Republican Representative Chris Anaskevich. The girl was last seen on Saturday with Anaskevich and another teenager. His father, Chris Sr., says he has been in contact with law enforcement and is helping in any way that he can. The teen's family says it's possible they have traveled out of state. The host of a party in Shelton where teenager James McGrath was stabbed to death testified in the trial of the man accused of his killing. Raul Valley is charged with murder and 3 counts of first-degree assault for the stabbing that killed the Fairfield Prep student and wounded 3 other teens. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the killing in 2022 and is now 20. Tyler Rich told the jury that he was involved in the fight outside his home that night, but he did not see the knife displayed or the stabbings as they happened. Footage of the testimony was captured by WTNH-TV News 8.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing a knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
Another teen also testified yesterday that he did see Valley holding the knife before the killing. As the trial continued today, one of the other stabbing victims, Thomas Connery, said that when Valley attacked him, he thought he was being punched, when in reality he was being stabbed. Connery also testified that he and others saw McGrath lifting up his T-shirt to reveal wounds and profuse bleeding from his chest, saying, "I just got stabbed," before collapsing. The city of Bridgeport has received a $200,000 grant from the state to design a continuous pathway with more spots providing direct access to Yellow Mill Channel. Representatives from the city of Bridgeport said they are pleased with the grant being awarded and cited some of the progress to the area, including the Steel Point development on the Lower East Side and the proposed minor league soccer stadium as reasons for the grant having been awarded. The goal is to further Bridgeport's waterfront plan by giving residents access to the Yellow Mill Channel, which runs parallel to Bridgeport Harbor. The pathway would begin from Waterfront Park, which is located at Crescent and Waterview Avenues, down to where Waterview and Stratford Avenues meet at the Steel Point development. Multiple Connecticut state parks were forced to close again yesterday as they reached capacity during the extreme heat. The first to close its parking lot was Miller's Pond in Haddam, which was shut down at around 2 p.m. Bigelow Hollow State Park in Union and the Pataconk Recreation Area in Chester were closed later in the day. A total of 8 state parks were forced to stop accepting new visitors on Sunday because of large crowds. Americans are being warned about traveling overseas in the wake of rising tensions in the Middle East. After the missile strikes in Iran this past weekend, officials from the Department of Homeland Security met with Governor Ned Lamont.
Just saying the risk levels are up, and when it comes to some of your communities, we're here to, at least give you the information we need to keep you safe.
The governor's office released a statement yesterday that said, in part, quote, "We have received no new threats against our state," and also reiterated that DHS is monitoring the situation. NBC spoke with University of New Haven criminal justice expert Bobby McDonald, who had some advice for those planning to travel.
You've got to just be capable of seeing what's around you and be willing to stand up and report something that potentially looks out of the ordinary.
Leaders of the state Senate are disappointed with Governor Ned Lamont's veto of 2 of their priority bills of the session. Senate President Martin Looney and Majority Leader Bob Duff say they are not happy that the governor rejected the comprehensive effort to address the state's urgent housing crisis. Lamont had initially indicated that he was willing to sign the bill, but ultimately believed some sections went too far.
The bill makes a really good start at a really important problem confronting our state. That said, we can do better. We will do better. We're going to have a better bill, and I'd like to see that bill on my desk again after a special session this fall.
Leaders of both parties say they are hopeful of working with Lamont on a new housing bill in the upcoming special session that is appropriate for Connecticut. East Haven Republican State Representative Joe Zullo, an outspoken critic of the housing bill, told WTNH-TV News 8 it was time for a fresh start.
I think it gives us all a chance to reset the temperature and get back to the table and work on something that's better.
In the meantime, the governor has signed a bill that will crack down on street takeovers in Connecticut. The new law increases fines and penalties for people who organize or participate in street takeovers and provides police with new tools to combat them. Multiple Connecticut cities and towns have been struggling with street takeovers and illegal street racing for years. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber recently praised the work of a Fairfield PD task force that led to the arrests of 4 people connected to drag racing in a city parking lot.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
Stamford, New Haven, and Bridgeport have all formed similar task forces or enacted new ordinances to combat street takeovers. And the Travelers Championship PGA Golf Tournament this past weekend generated over $4 million for charity. Travelers Companies has announced that the money will help more than 200 nonprofit organizations, with the Hole in the Wall Gang Camp as the primary beneficiary. The Travelers Championship donates 100% of the proceeds from the golf tournament to charity. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 42 and 44, and that's taking out a lane. On 95 out of New Haven, congestion delays getting through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Our buddy, our pal Mark Fitch joins us from the Connecticut Inside Investigator, and I go to the site earlier today and I see an update on the city that never stops giving to us news guys, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Mark, good afternoon, sir, and how are you?
I'm doing pretty well, Paul. Trying to stay a little cool. But, yeah, I'm hanging in.
Good. So, Mark, update us here. We have this updated these updated details here on a story and names that we've been dealing with for a bunch of years now. So, fill us in here.
Oh, sure. So this is out of Bridgeport, which has obviously been dealing with a, absentee ballot scandal for a few years now. And it involves Wanda Geter-Pataki, who is at the center of that entire investigation, who was allegedly caught on camera stuffing a bunch of absentee ballots into a ballot box. Well, it turns out that when she got caught doing that, she was placed on paid administrative leave by the city, and the city sought to fill her position, which was called an operations specialist, but really it was just answering phones and telling people where to go in City Hall.
Yeah.
And so they sought to refill her position. Well, she is a unionized, that's a unionized position. And it was kind of like the gang that couldn't shoot straight. They, I don't know, they took an employee from another union and put that person in Wanda's old job. But then didn't pay the right benefits and didn't abide by, that union contract. Yeah. So, that was a problem. Yeah. And then, the union says, hey, this is a problem. And they're like, all right, don't worry about it. We're going to do something else. And then they bring somebody else in who's not a unionized employee. And it just kind of goes on and on. Eventually yeah, I know. Eventually the city, this is where it really gets kind of interesting. The city and the union work out a settlement agreement whereby the city says, yes, this is a unionized position and we will abide by that. And no sooner has the ink dried than they grab a non-union employee who's a seasonal employee and put them in the job, just violating the settlement agreement immedietized. And then they do it again. They get rid of the seasonal employee and they bring in security guards to work this job, non-unionized security guards. And so, I can't blame the union at the center of this, the National Association of Government Employees, for being a little miffed. And so they eventually got the issue to the state labor board, who told the city of Bridgeport, hey, you guys can't do this.
So who Mark Fitch was there a point person on this or point people saying, okay, let's move, as you say, this whole roster of people in that position? Who was making those decisions, or do we know?
Well, according to the labor board decision, they referenced a few emails from Bridgeport Labor Relations Officer Jason McCoy, and there was an exchange between him and the union attorney Richard Salazzo.
Okay.
So it looks like they're I don't know if that was the person who was making the employment changes, but their position was like, hey, this is an emergency issue. We've lost our employee. This is emergency. It's only temporary, and we're moving these people into this slot. But I guess you could probably make that argument once, but it's kind of hard to make it three times. When you keep getting pushback. So it's hard to say who exactly was sitting here thinking it's a good idea to fill this position with non-unionized security guards, but. Yeah. That's where we found ourselves.
So has this now been settled, or is there going to be any more appeal or pushback on this? I mean, obviously, Wanda Geter-Pataki has since been, terminated from that, so years ago. So, so has this one position now? Is this still on a temporary basis, or where does this go?
Oh, this is all going back to 2023. If they haven't filled that job by now, they might have bigger problems. But this is all. These kind of cases kind of take years to finally get closure. And I just thought it was an interesting thing to come across, just because it's like, all right, it's just more fallout from the same issue that has yet to make its way to the people who are really at least in my opinion, has yet to make its way up the ladder enough to actually get to the people who were calling the shots.
Yeah. All right. Another ancillary issue there. Again, there's never a boring day in Bridgeport. Bridgeport loses labor dispute over replacement for alleged ballot stuffer. On the InsideInvestigator.org, our friend Mark Fitch. Mark, thank you as always. Great work, and we'll keep reading. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
All right. There you go. So Mark Fitch there. Check it out. Yeah, the whole Wanda Jeter-Pataki thing, and this morphed into a labor dispute over who replaced her, as her position is what, I guess, a greeter and a phone answerer or stuff like that. I'm telling you, the Park City, it never disappoints. All right, we'll do a little business, traffic, and weather together coming up right here. WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Get ready for a weekend of community fun as the 77th Barnum Festival festivities continue. This Friday night, enjoy a classic summer experience and unforgettable evening in Seaside Park for spectacular fireworks. Then on Sunday at 11, join in the fun for the Great Street Parade on Fairfield Avenue in Black Rock, ending at Food Bazaar. Come celebrate summer at the Barnum Festival fireworks on Friday in Seaside Park and the Great Street Parade on Sunday. For more information, go to barnumfestival.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks rallied and oil prices tumbled once again as investors expect the ceasefire between Iran and Israel to hold. Oil prices falling rather sharply today again after dropping more than 8% yesterday, while the stock market rallied in anticipation again of a positive outcome in the Middle East, if you will. The Dow up 507 points to 43,089, S&P up 67 to 6,092, and the NASDAQ up 281 points, nearly 1.5% to 19,912. Oil prices tumbled $3.50 to $64.95 a barrel. Bond yields dropped to 4.29%, despite the fact that Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell suggested he can wait to cut interest rates, contrary to what we've heard from other Federal Reserve officials. The safety trade in gold also evaporated today, down $57 to $33.7 the ounce, the $3,337 the ounce, as the markets again backed away from concerns about the Middle East and are now beginning to focus on more domestic-oriented concerns.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 42 and 44. and that's taking out a lane on 95 out of New Haven. Congestion delays getting through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon, otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back and live on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I don't know how true this is or not, or whether any of this is going to happen in Connecticut. I guess there's going to be more protests on July 4th. I'm seeing reports here now. Again, these are unverified, but they are popping up in some other areas here. No Kings 2.0. Now, last time I checked, I don't think. Hey, do we have a king? Because we have the No Kings. Who's the king? Oh, there are no kings. Okay. So apparently now there's, and I don't know whether this is going to be as widespread as the No Kings Day thing was a couple of weeks ago. And I guess, get it, a lot of people went out there and they protested, and that's fine. God bless them. Again, a lot of business for gas stations, convenience stores, police department, EMTs, first responders. So I guess there is a push now for more protests on July 4th or the July 4th weekend. And July 4th is a Friday. It's a week from this coming Friday. Okay. No Kings 2.0. Local groups hosting No Kings 2.0 protests or parades on July 4th. Georgia, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Florida, Oklahoma, and Texas. Wyoming, Louisiana, and Wisconsin. They're going to have a Free America weekend. Free America from what exactly? I went outside this morning. People were going to work. There's commerce going on. Price of oil is dropping. We smacked around Iran for the first time in 4.5 decades, 2.5 generations. Looks pretty good to me. ICE is picking up a lot of the dirt bags that should have been bounced a couple years ago. There are no more catch and release at the border. So what's the problem? Oh, the problem is the other side doesn't have a viable platform. Nobody can define what the once great Democratic Party is about. The party of JFK, the party of Bill Clinton, the party of Harry Truman, the party of FDR, the party of numerous great Democratic leaders in this country. Now they just sit there and, I don't know, do what? You tell me. Now there's going to be a good trouble protest day. Now they're going to do one on July 17th. Okay? In response to what organizers say are attacks on civil rights by the Trump White House. All right. 20 planned protests on July 17th, starting out in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Okay. I guess, eventually you're going to have to win elections again. Do these people know that? And again, I am not in any way, shape, or form against their ability to protest. But after a while, you got to come up with something. And I'm telling you right now, the number one issue, maybe not in the midterms next year, but you know damn well it's going to be in 2028. Maybe it's not number one. It'll be up there. Is the border, is immigration. And I'm telling you, hey, you Democrats out there, my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, understand something. I'm giving you a little bit of free advice here, free from Paulie. I won't send you an invoice on this one. You won't have to, write me a check and then send me a 1099 to the end of the year for taxes. You better come up with something viable in 2028 for immigration, because if you don't, you'll lose again. You will lose. J.D. Vance will be the next president of the United States, whether you like it or not. Because I'm telling you, all the Republicans are going to have to do in a lot of states are going to put The progressives, the Democratic Party, they're going to back them into a corner, back them up against a wall on immigration. And they're going to say, you still going to keep the borders shut? And what's the answer going to be? You tell me, what's the answer going to be? Are they going to talk about the No Kings marches or all these other marches coming up? No. You're going to have to win an election or 3 or 5. It is not getting any better for Democrats. In fact, I was reading another article the other day. Do you know this, folks? And if you don't believe me, and please, I urge you to always double up on something I'm telling you. Do you know what's going to happen after the 2030 census? You're not going to like this if you're anti-Republican or anti-conservative. If the trends continue as they are right now, understand something here. The population moves, right? It shifts state to state, north to south, south to north, east to west, west to east, okay? After every census, the next one's coming up in 5 years. We're halfway there to another one already. In 2030, okay? After the 2030 census, all the forecasts say the following. You're going to have a shift of between 10 to 14 House seats moving from blue states to red states. So understand what this is going to be. In other words, and of those red states, Texas is going to gain 4 House seats. They will be subtracted from blue states. Florida is going to gain 4 House seats, subtracted from blue states. And I think the other 2 to 4 are going to go to, I want to say, Idaho, Wisconsin, and 1 each for the Dakotas. So that's up to 14. So the extreme number is 14. The minimum number is 10. So that will make the Democrats all the more likely to lose the House. Now, there's always shifts. I understand that. But look at what that does for the Electoral College. Think about that. Remember, the Electoral College is based on how many members of Congress you have. So what's your point, Paul? My point is simply you can have all the marches you want, and anti-Trump this and anti-Vance that, and no kings, no queens, no jesters, no this, no that, freedom parade, good trouble, whatever. Have a blast. You're going to have to win elections. You're going to have to win. You're going to have to come up with a viable alternative on immigration, a viable alternative on foreign policy, a viable alternative on energy. So go ahead, have all the marches you want. Honestly, it's a wonderful part of democracy. But don't think that means anything, because at this point, it doesn't. Like I said, beyond giving a lot of our wonderful policemen and women and firemen and women and EMTs, first responders, give them a nice few days or a day or 2 of overtime pay. That's called economic activity. But after that, unless you really turn it around here on a 180 after that 2030 census, it's going to get real funky out there for one side. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 42 and 44, and that's taking out a lane. On 95 out of New Haven, congestion delays getting through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, busy but moving through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who should you trust when it comes to your biggest investment? Someone local who's invested in the community and you. I'm Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti Real Estate, and we're a family-owned business and have been serving the area since 1986. At Carbuti Real Estate, whether you need a cash offer or a more traditional listing, we're always the right place for you. Call me, Jonathan Carbuti, at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuti. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect highs in the upper 90s and low hundreds with the heat index that could feel like 110. Lows dip back into the upper 70s later on. Tomorrow, hot and humid with a chance of thunder in the afternoon. Highs in the mid 90s. Heat index of 95 to 105. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And now they're talking about impeachment again. Oh, for God's sake. Do you have any fresh ideas? Do you have anything that you would do differently? Anything that you can articulate to the American people, put in legislation, and win on? Now we're talking about impeachment again. Let's do it over and over again. Let's treat impeachment like, I don't know, it's a handful of Skittles. This is where we are. It's just, I don't know whether to laugh or cry or laugh. Most Americans oppose the Trump-Iran strikes. New poll from CNN. Poll was taken Sunday and yesterday, Monday. 44% approve these strikes, 56% don't. Not surprising there. 9 in 10 Democrats disapprove. 8 in 10 Republicans.
WICC
approve.
Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The ceasefire between Iran and Israel got off to a shaky start, but after pressure from President Trump, both sides say they're sticking to it. Reporter Robert Berger in Jerusalem.
The sense is that the ceasefire is going to hold. Iran has been hit hard, and it really needs a ceasefire. And while Israel has had the upper hand, President Trump has sent a tough warning to refrain from further airstrikes.
Even though the tensions have subsided, security is high in this country, and Nicole Skanga reports there have been arrests.
ICE officials have arrested 11 Iranian nationals spanning 8 states nationwide. Among them, 5 possessed previous criminal convictions, their crimes ranging from grand larceny to drug and firearm possessions. These arrests come as the Department of Homeland Security is alerting the public of a heightened threat environment in the U.S.
The administration postponed classified briefings for lawmakers today on the Iran strategy. That prompted an angry reaction from Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer.
Senators deserve full transparency. There is a legal obligation for the administration to inform Congress about precisely what is happening. What are they afraid of?
A man arrested for supplying chemicals to the Palm Springs fertility clinic bomber has died in custody. Matt Piper has that.
Daniel Park has been found unresponsive at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles. He was sent there earlier this month after he was extradited from Poland, where he fled to 4 days after the attack on a fertility clinic. The 32-year-old Park was accused of supplying chemicals to Guy Bartkus, the bomber, who died in the May 17th explosion. There was not yet a cause of death.
The eastern U.S. is baking.
Hydration, hydration, hydration. If you're starting to feel thirsty, you've already waited too long. In this kind of an environment, you should be drinking water like it's medicine.
Jamie Falcon of the Ocean City, Maryland Beach Patrol. Heat records are being shattered as far north as Boston. President Trump is looking to boost manufacturing in this country, but factories were already having trouble finding workers. Michael Wallace says that.
400,000 manufacturing jobs are unfilled. Economist Ron Hetrick at Lightcast says for generations we've told people they have to go to college to be successful. Now, as more baby boomer factory workers retire, fewer young people are interested in those jobs.
There's a tremendous amount of need for that kind of non-college degreed worker, and a very big misunderstanding that we seem to have a lot of them out there.
Economists fear President Trump's immigration crackdown could also leave factories shorthanded.
On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials finished the day 507 points higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The city of Bridgeport has received a $200,000 grant from the state to design a continuous pathway with more spots providing direct access to Yellow Mill Channel. Representatives from the city of Bridgeport said they are pleased with the grant being awarded and cited some of the progress to the area, including the Steel Point development on the Lower East Side and the proposed minor league soccer stadium as reasons for the grant having been awarded. The goal is to further Bridgeport's waterfront plan by giving residents access to the Yellow Mill Channel, which runs parallel to Bridgeport Harbor. The pathway would begin from Waterfront Park, which is located at Crescent and Waterview Avenues, down to where Waterview and Stratford Avenues meet at the Steel Point development. A motorcyclist is dead after hitting a deer and then being hit by a car in Bethany last night. It happened on Route 69 near Wooding Hill Road around 9:40 p.m. State police said 37-year-old Philip Labonte of Thomaston was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone who saw the accident or has dash cam video while traveling in the area at the time of the crash is asked to contact state police. The son of a Connecticut state representative is being sought in connection with the disappearance of a 15-year-old West Haven girl. Police say they believe Marissa Preet is with 22-year-old Chris Aniskevich Jr., the son of Clinton Republican Representative Chris Aniskevich. The girl was last seen on Saturday with Aniskevich and another teenager. His father, Chris Sr., says he has been in contact with law enforcement and is helping in any way that he can. The teen's family says it's possible they have traveled out of state. And multiple Connecticut state parks were forced to close again yesterday as they reached capacity during the extreme heat. The first to close its parking lot was Miller Pond in Haddam, which was shut down at around 2 p.m. Bigelow Hollow State Park in Union and the Pataconk Recreation Area in Chester were closed later in the day. A total of 8 state parks were forced to stop accepting new visitors on Sunday because of large crowds. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway northbound. Congestion delays getting through Stamford and again through Westport. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and through Milford. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company in Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon, otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, Megan Portfolio coming up. We'll talk about the tears, the whining, the tantrum being thrown by a lot of majority Democrats in Hartford saying, hey, we didn't get the housing bill done. We didn't get the payment for the unemployment for strikers bill done. and the governor's saying in the housing bill, calm down. We'll get something done. So we'll talk about that coming up. I have to play this before Megan comes on. I have to play this for you. And this was posted on a conservative site that I go to. And apparently this is a real person in Los Angeles who doesn't like what ICE is doing. Now, you may say to yourself, well, yeah, that's L.A. They don't like ICE. I get it. But you folks who are on the progressive left, God bless you. You have a spot in the political discourse in this country. But sometimes you got to stop and listen to what you're saying. Just stop for the moment. And before you post something, I want you to listen to what you post. Like I tell college kids all the time that I encounter here at Connoisseur, the interns, or when I go to address a college class from one of my old radio or TV buddies, I say, listen, think twice before you post something. Because some of the stuff you make post may make you look like, as my mother used to say, a cavone. Listen to this, and you tell me how dismissive this is of the true value of the life of an undocumented migrant in this country. Listen to this. This apparently is real. I thought it was a spoof, but the most I can, by most indicators here, it's real.
So I'm in my beautiful city, LA, and I have friends texting me like all morning. My gardener didn't show up. My housekeeper didn't show up. My farmer's market was closed. Everyone's scared. Well, this is not going to just happen in LA. And you 1%ers that only voted for Trump because of money? Guess what? You're going to have to do your own dishes or clean your own house or mow your own lawn. And that wonderful produce, the organic produce you get for your brunches? All gone. Yeah, you're going to actually have to do some work around your house. These people are important.
Yeah, they're important, those brown people who did all our work for us. That's why we need them around. Your gardener's not going to be there. What are you going to do? You may have to cut your own lawn now. Because that's the only reason we liked all these brown people, because they worked for us. We were the plantation owners. See, this is the problem. And I'm looking at this woman, and she seems somewhat normal. A little weird expression there at the end of the video, but my God, do you understand what I mean by you need a platform? The platform is not, where are all these brown people who were working for me? My God, dear God, can you be any more tone deaf?
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that. Sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone. And they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough.
Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
Just a heads up, hurricane season in Connecticut starts June 1st, but who's counting? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. This is what I do. I tell the news, but I also want to give you the heads up that if you are not ready for storm season and the potential damage it could do to your trees on your property, I want to get you connected to the people that I use at my house, and that's K&J Tree Service. Right now, my friends at K&J Tree Service are offering an exclusive storm sale to help safeguard your home and property. The team of certified arborists at K&J Tree Service, they've got you covered, and they'll show up in emergencies on weekends and holidays. During their storm sale, K&J Tree Service is now offering special discounts. Call them today at 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE. 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Fish in the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Making memories on the water is what Bridgeport Harbor Marina is all about. That's why the Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to sponsor the $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest bluefish caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids for the WICC Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth and make sure to visit the Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your new destination for dining and boating. Register today at bluefishtournament.com.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Dine out for half price. It's a sweet deal week at thevoiceofct.com. Great local restaurants offering $50 gift cards for only $25. Go to thevoiceofct.com, click on the sweet deal banner. Restaurants include Pepe's Pizza, Vazzi's, Orange Ale House, Jacob's Pickles, Zucca, Twisted Vine, Gusto, Mill Pond Gathering, Dino's Seafood, Forever Sweet Bakery, Amici, Saloon, and more. Buy restaurant gift cards at half price at thevoiceofct.com. Click Sweet Deals. Sweet.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway northbound. Congestion delays getting through Stamford and again through Westport. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and through Milford. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company in Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Heliopson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Every single Tuesday afternoon, right around this time, 5:15 or so. All right, give or take a minute. What do you want me to be perfect? Megan Portfolio joins us from the Hartford Portfolio and the aforementioned Yankee Institute for Public Policy. Megan, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, and you're perfect in my eyes, Paul.
Well, there you go. I got to be perfect in somebody's eyes, but now here's a segue. Far from perfect. Oh, the Democratic leaders in Hartford, Megan, they are sobbing tears. They want
the melodrama.
They want to take their ball and go home and stomp out of the sandbox because how dare Governor Lamont, Megan, say, okay, I kind of want to do this bill, but I don't like this. So you know what? Let's all start over again. Clean sheet. Megan, you would think the world ended. Oh, my God. Oh, some of these statements, my God. Oh.
I've been seeing and hearing all the tears.
Oh.
I can hear the tears flowing after typing because I spent a lot of...
Yep, you there? Megan, can you move around? We got a little bit of a broken signal
Can you hear
there.
me?
Now you're better. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. It must be this awful heat.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you read social media, this bill should have passed just because of the fact that they spent a lot of time on it and they had a round table. I came from the corporate world and that theme was do more with less.
Yeah.
just because like work hard, it doesn't mean you're producing like a quality piece of legislation. Like work smarter, not harder, guys. But yeah, expect the bill to come back in the fall. They're going to throw some lipstick on this pig and try to sell it to us again. The only thing I'm really worried about is the way they would do this, since the governor vetoed it, is they would have a special session, which equals an emergency certification, which then that means we'll get a bill possibly, if we're lucky, the night before they go and vote on this.
Yeah.
And if we're lucky, but I hope that they do this the right way and they come up with a bill, let the public read it, let all the stakeholders read it, maybe have a public hearing so we can all weigh in, because these affect our local communities. It's like we have these guys out in Hartford trying to mandate what happens in my little town of Middletown, and crazy.
Yeah, and Megan, I mentioned earlier in the show, because it'll ostensibly be the only thing they're working on, now I think it's even more important because they can't hide behind, well, we have the budget too. Well, we have this bill too. Well, we have that. No, I mean, you and I and other people who do this for a living, we're going to say, okay, they're starting on the housing bill. And I don't know how they hide from this, Megan. I would commend them if they actually had public hearings. But boy, I got to tell you, they are being beaten on rhetorically from these left-leaning housing groups. Oh my God, you think we were going back to the Civil War if you read some of these statements. Oh my God.
Oh, I know. It's like we're like 5 minutes away from Handmaid's Tale.
Oh.
if you read what they've been saying. But listen, we do have a housing shortage, and there is an affordability problem in this state. You know it. We all know it. Doing things behind the people's back really irritates us. And this is what happens. They proposed the bill in the beginning of session to take care of homelessness, which we could all agree, let's have zero homelessness. That would be ideal. Then all of a sudden, at the very, very end of the session, they come out with this monstrosity full of union, give me's and perks and all this other stuff, all this fair share and mandates on towns that you got to do this, this, and this. That makes us unhappy. Now, if they wanted to come back in the fall and have a completely transparent, process, I'm not saying, listen, not everyone's voice, it can get heard. It doesn't mean they're going to take your suggestions.
Sure.
But at least being felt that you're being heard and listened to, it makes us want to listen and pay attention more, maybe work with you. But if they're just going to come in and throw another piece of garbage at us, it's going to have the same fate, because this is not what we want. You are a representative, which means you represent us. You don't dictate to us what we want. We tell you what we want.
And kudos to the governor for saying, well, you know what? Yeah. Essentially, he said, I got an earful from the first selectmen and first select women, the mayors, and they're not on board with this. So the governor, being the smart guy that he is, says, hey, I'd rather do this from the bottom up than on the top down. But again, that, Megan, I think illustrates the thinking that really upsets the governor's party, his caucus, because the governor says, no, it's not about hammering people here. Let's try and get the people to buy into this, because he's right. If the local leaders don't buy into this, it's not worth anything.
No, and good for him. He did the right thing. And he was a little wishy-washy on the housing bill. He was a little more definite on the striking worker bill, which he also vetoed yesterday. So he's really getting hit. The unions are crying even harder than the housing advocates. I'm writing about it on Friday, so I don't want to scoop myself, but I kind of did a little quick Google search on how many perks the unions have gotten since Lamont took office. And it is unbelievable how many things he has given them. And they're going to sit there and cry, and the world's coming to an end. And, we need to primary him because they didn't get their way one time.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I just from a purely political point of view, Megan, I think a primary would be interesting. And look, there's a reason Ned Lamont, whether you read it at 52 or 53% in one survey, or 62 or 63% wherever, I mean, at least half the state, now granted it's a blue state, but that's not all blue support, at least half the state seems to like the job that the governor is doing. So I don't understand Well, maybe I do. I don't understand, but maybe it's a tax thing. I get it. Maybe that Saud Anwar op-ed spelled it out. But it is incredible that how much of his job is herding cats. You know what I mean?
God,
Oh,
I
my
definitely
God.
didn't envy him yesterday because you have like the whole force of progressive. As if they threw away his a Che Guevara T-shirt or something. They're having an absolute meltdown over the striking worker bill, and it's hysterical because some of the unions that are actually weighing in on this can't even go on strike in Connecticut. It's just we've groomed the unions to feel that they can walk around entitled and whatever they want they got, and we've created this whole culture of entitlement with this group of people that. Lamont made the right choice. They didn't get their way once, and now it's like, I'm going to pick up my ball and go home, and now we're going to have to primary you with some kind of Democrat socialist or whatever, or working families party candidate. Like, guys, I mean, bring it. I mean, I don't think that's what the people in this state want.
No.
There's a reason why Lamont's numbers have been, as high as they are. It's because we are a blue state, but we're more like a center-left state. We are not a far-left state.
Yeah, and good for him when he said, I don't know whether you caught this in the news conference, where he said, look, I just got back from the Paris Air Show, and he said he saw Southern governors pitching Pratt & Whitney to move down there. I mean, I wonder why. He's
I tell you what, if I was a Southern governor, if I was a governor of like one of the Carolinas, you better believe I'm taking the train up here to Connecticut, and I am parking in front of every big manufacturer's parking lot and be like, come on down. It is so much cheaper for you guys to come down here.
Yeah. Finally, is there any sort of an update, Megan Portfolio, on the attempted vandalism of the Yankee Institute digital billboard last week outside the governor's mansion? Where does that stand, if any?
Oh,
if any?
They're not going to turn their brothers in arms in. It's they damaged it. The poor company's got to pay for it. I'm sure he'll file a claim.
Yeah.
I did see, and it actually made me chuckle because I literally was there. With my camera filming a guy trying to pry one of the things off of the truck, and all the Yankee Institute's lying. Like I was standing there.
I just, when we talked about this last week, I'm amazed that even in this day and age, there is, and again, my son's in a union. I've been in unions before. In principle, I'm 100% in favor of unions, give or take a few situations where like that stuff last week, like who thought that was a good idea to do that? I understand they're angry. I understand they're PO'd. I understand they're passionate. But vandalism doesn't get your point across. It just doesn't.
No, it makes you feel petty and immature, unprofessional. Like you're, some kind of an elitist thinking that you can just get it. I mean, they did. I guess they can get it because they did. They did it. They damaged property and they got away with it. So I guess they are the elite.
All right. Megan Portfolio, you can read all her stuff at the Yankee Institute or just Google the Hartford Portfolio. Megan, enjoy the rest of your week, the weekend, and we'll chat next week. Thank you.
Bye, Paul. Thank you.
All right, Megan Portfolio there. Check her out. Just Google the Hartford Portfolio, and you'll read all her columns. You may agree, you may disagree, but at least there's some food for thought there. All right? All right. Traffic and weather together. A lot more coming up. Open phones, text messages, the rest of the way on this merry Tuesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way through the Parkway northbound. Congestion delays getting through Stamford and again through Westport. Out of New Haven, 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and through Milford. And on 84 eastbound, plenty of company in Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Heliopson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. June is Men's Mental Health Month, and my guy, it's time to talk. Men today face immense pressure to perform, to provide, to keep everything together. So it's no wonder that 6 million men in the U.S. suffer from depression every year. Men are also less likely to seek therapy than women, which means depression among men often goes underdiagnosed. If you're a man and you're feeling the weight of the world, the strongest thing you can do is ask for help. Talk to someone, anyone, a therapist, a friend, a loved one, because real strength comes from being honest about what you're carrying and doing something about it. Therapy can help you find your way, and BetterHelp makes it easy to start. Take a short online quiz and connect with a qualified therapist from the privacy of home. Every man deserves better. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
Thank you there. We'll be back momentarily after news and traffic and weather together. We'll have Chris, as he normally does, peruse some of the answers to one of our Facebook questions of the day. You can check those out. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Open phones the rest of the day. Whatever's on your mind. Picked up a couple things here we'll chat about last half hour. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The host of a party in Shelton where teenager James McGrath was stabbed to death testified in the trial of the man accused of his killing. Raul Valley is charged with murder and 3 counts of first-degree assault for the stabbing that killed the Fairfield Prep student and wounded 3 other teens. Valley was 16 years old at the time of the killing in 2022 and is now 20. Tyler Rich told the jury that he was involved in the fight outside his home that night, but he did not see the knife displayed or the stabbings as they happened. Footage of the testimony was captured by WTNH TV News 8.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing the knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else said?
Correct.
Another teen also testified yesterday that he did see Valley holding the knife before the killing. As the trial continued today, one of the other stabbing victims, Thomas Connery, said that when Valley attacked him, he thought he was being punched when in reality he was being stabbed. Connery also testified that he and others saw McGrath lifting up his T-shirt to reveal wounds and profuse bleeding from his chest, saying, "I just got stabbed," before collapsing. The high temperature of 94 degrees yesterday in Bridgeport was record-breaking. The 94 degrees broke the all-time high temperature for June 23rd by 3 degrees. The former high of 91 for the day was set in 2010. Much of Connecticut is under a heat advisory again until 8 o'clock tonight. Temperatures hovering around 100 degrees combined with tropical humidity will create feel-like temperatures between 105 and 112 degrees. Tomorrow will be in the mid-90s with a chance of scattered showers or thunderstorms in the afternoon. Temperatures will drop into the 70s with showers likely on Thursday. Leaders of the state Senate are disappointed with Governor Ned Lamont's veto of 2 of their priority bills of the session. Senate President Martin Looney and Majority Leader Bob Duff say they are not happy that the governor rejected the comprehensive effort to address the state's urgent housing crisis. Lamont had initially indicated that he was willing to sign the bill, but ultimately believed some sections went too far.
The bill makes a really good start at a really important problem confronting our state. That said, we can do better. We will do better. We're going to have a better bill, and I'd like to see that bill on my desk again after a special session this fall.
Leaders of both parties say they are hopeful of working with Lamont on a new housing bill in the upcoming special session that is appropriate for Connecticut. East Haven Republican State Representative Joe Zullo, an outspoken critic of the housing bill, told WTNH-TV News 8 it was time for a fresh start.
I think it gives us all a chance to reset the temperature and get back to the table and work on something that's better.
Meanwhile, Governor Lamont has signed a bill that will crack down on street takeover events in Connecticut. The new law increases fines and penalties for people who organize or participate in street takeovers and provides police with new tools to combat them. Multiple Connecticut cities and towns have been struggling with street takeovers and illegal street racing for years. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber recently praised the work of a Fairfield PD task force that led to the arrests of 4 people connected to drag racing in a city parking lot.
Our officers showed great mental toughness and maturity. Their meticulous training allowed them to, in the midst of a tense situation, think clearly and make the appropriate risk-benefit assessments.
Stamford, New Haven, and Bridgeport have all formed similar task forces or enacted new ordinances to combat street takeovers. Police are warning people to be aware of a new nationwide social media trend called jugging. The term is used to describe when suspects linger near a bank or ATM, watch a person withdraw cash, and then they follow the person. Police said the suspects are looking for the opportunity to rob the intended victim. People are advised to take precautions, including being discreet after withdrawing cash, being aware of their surroundings, and if they believe they are being followed out of the bank parking lot, call 911 or drive to the nearest police station. A longtime Connecticut TV journalist and television personality has died. WTNH-TV News 8's former chief Capitol correspondent Mark Davis died yesterday. Davis joined Channel 8 in 1984, first as an anchor and then was assigned to the state capitol to be News 8's political reporter. He covered much of former Governor John Rowland's administration and was the first to break the news of Rowland's resignation, and also went on the campaign trail when then presidential candidate Al Gore selected Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman as his vice presidential running mate. Governor Ned Lamont put out a statement mourning Davis's passing, saying in part, quote, "Mark Davis is a Connecticut icon and his passing is a loss for our state." Former Governor Dan Malloy recalled his fond memories of Davis.
The likes of himself are not likely to reappear. You know, he came from another era. I don't think he ever asked a question that he didn't have a hunch the answer would be.
Numerous people from both the world of journalism and politics expressed condolences on Davis's death, including Brookfield Republican State Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding and U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal. Mark Davis was 76. Americans are being warned about traveling overseas in the wake of rising tensions in the Middle East. After the missile strikes in Iran this past weekend, officials from the Department of Homeland Security met with Governor Ned Lamont.
Just saying the risk levels are up, and when it comes to some of your communities, we're here to, at least give you the information we need to keep you safe.
The governor's office released a statement yesterday that said, in part, quote, "We have received no new threats against our state," and also reiterated that DHS is monitoring the situation. NBC spoke with University of New Haven criminal justice expert Bobby McDonald, who had some advice for those planning to travel.
You've got to just be capable of seeing what's around you and be willing to stand up and report something that potentially looks out of the ordinary.
And the Travelers Championship PGA Golf Tournament this past weekend generated over $4 million for charity. Travelers Companies has announced that the money will help more than 200 nonprofit organizations, with the Hole in the Wall Gang camp as the primary beneficiary. The Travelers Championship donates 100% of the proceeds from the golf tournament to charity. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 12. Right lane is out. Southbound side in East Haven, a crash at exit 51, taking out the left and center lanes. Overall, on the Parkway northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, but it is the better option right now. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampden going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, great to be with you. Come on in, join the party, join the pool. Come on in. The water's fine, yes. A lot of chemicals in this pool. I'm a firm believer in shock and chlorine. Better living through chemistry, yes. I don't go in lakes. I don't go in streams. I don't go in ocean water. No. No amoebas for me. Nothing microscopic. Chlorine is your friend. So is fluoride, yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One of the questions of the day that I put up on the mighty WICC Voice of Connecticut Facebook page is being looked at by our Chris Williams right now. And the question is a pretty simple one, I think, but I think it's something that's kind of interesting to contemplate. Going over all the stuff that's happened with the U.S. strikes on Iran a few days ago, I was wondering, do you think, now here's the question, think about this, let me know what you think right now. You can talk or text to 333-9422. Do you think the overall situation in the Middle East, the overall Middle East situation, will improve, will worsen, or remain about the same? Do you think the overall situation in the Middle East will improve, worsen, or remain about the same? And Chris has been perusing the answers, skillfully editing out all the obscenities. No, we're just kidding. Everybody was nice. And Chris is pulling that up right now and looking to see what he can relate to us. Chris, what do you have for us there?
Well, I really can't read Joe's only because it's a Steven Spielberg novel. We don't have time to...
What, you give us a couple lines?
Modern Democrats want to fund education, feed the elderly, teach the children, and overall help humanity as a whole to evolve while being good citizens. Republicans want isolation, homogeneity, low education, and tax cuts for the rich, and increase corporate profits for shareholders and executive comp, all while spouting. Keep going.
No, that's good, yeah.
Okay, Glenn says, I think the Republicans, the Democrats just want to spend money on and raise taxes. Vincent says Republicans, they use common sense. And Mark says kind of easy to beat the Democratic Party, just have morals, values, and common sense.
All right, so that was the answer to the question, which major party is more in tune with policies for the state of Connecticut, sound policies? Republicans or Democrats. All right, there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That's the other question we had up there today. So we had two questions there for you. One, do you think the overall situation in the Middle East will improve, worsen, or remain about the same? And the other question that Chris clued us in on, which major party is more in tune with sound policies for the state of Connecticut, Democrats or Republicans? This is where I wish I could do that experiment. This is an experiment I read about years ago, and it's been done before, where you take two groups of people, and if you're doing the research on the corner, you go up with them and you say, I have a list of policy positions here on abortion, on guns, on immigration, on taxes, whatever. And you put a statement, graduated income tax, this on guns, this on the military, whatever. But you don't label it a Democratic or a Republican position. You don't do that. You just say, hey, do you approve of this or not? Approve, disapprove, neutral. And sometimes when this thing is done, and if it's done properly, it's an eye raiser because people sometimes, not all the times, find themselves agreeing with a policy position that you put down in writing that's not what they would normally agree with. And it just shows you if you get rid of the internal biases or the disadvantages, like, for example, the Republicans are here in Connecticut, people will make, somewhat of a more neutral decision. But sometimes there are people on both sides of the aisle, right or left, who can't get around their preconceived notions, shall we say. Eric in Fairfield's up next after we take this break. Eric, hang on. Be right to you at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until June 30th with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird hungry for lunch or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see Get a Phone on Us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 12. Right lane is out. Southbound side in East Haven, a crash at exit 51, taking out the left and center lanes. Overall on the Parkway northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, but it is the better option right now. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampden going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
Sunny and hot the rest of this afternoon. Otherwise, clear and warm overnight with a low in the mid-70s. Sunny and hot on Wednesday with a high in the mid-90s. There will be afternoon scattered showers and thunderstorms. On Thursday, more afternoon showers, cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And thank you so much for listening to this show. Melissa in the morning, the download with John and Chris, Lisa Wexler in the midday, right between John and Chris and Melissa there. Thanks for lending your time on a daily basis right here to us at the Connoisseur Media, all of our great stations. We really appreciate it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Before we go to Eric, I got a text message here regarding the Middle East, just relating that question, the Facebook question of the day. Somebody texts me, if any replacement for the Grand Ayatollah is wearing a blue turban, according to Nostradamus, we're in a heap of trouble. Yes, I looked that up. Didn't know that. Nostradamus' predictions involving a blue turban primarily referred to a figure described as the King of Terror in his prophecies. I bet you if you show that to half the country, they say, no, it's not a blue turban. It's orange hair. It's orange makeup. It's orange hair. It's Trump. Oh, man, the other side, please come up with a viable candidate in 2028 and a normal platform. Will you do that for me? Eric in Fairfield's here. Eric, how are you?
Oh, Paul, you just hit on two of my key points regarding your question about the
state of the Middle East and Iran.
Yes, sir.
Number one, as the text message came in, I think the next Ayatollah, or however the regime change comes to be, will be a huge factor in what happens there. But overall, I think, Paul, it's going to remain the same as it is because over the last, look, I'm 45 years old, starting with the hostage crisis back in
1980.
the 80s. I mean, let's look at history. It's a precursor for the future. And unless you have Democrat or Republican, somebody after Trump coming in that's going to take the baton and hold the position, I think there's going to be a little give. So I think we're going to kind of revert back to the middle as this pendulum continues to swing. And I think we're in a favorable spot now. But to answer that poll question, I think it's going to eventually come back to center, as history has proven it does.
Yeah, I would hope so, Eric. And, as I've been saying, the reason I keep, banging on the Democrats here is when the Democrats are centered, the Republicans are. When the Republicans are centered, the Democrats are. It's these wild swings that drive me crazy,
I couldn't agree more with you, Paul. But I do think we took a really healthy step in trying to create some form of order in that region. And I think Israel is our partner in doing it.
Yeah, we'll see. Eric, thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words, and thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's... do you realize how boring this used to be pre-Trump? No. I mean, it's been... And I know people are exhausted about this, but, for a guy like me who does a show like this, it's like it's manna from heaven every day. But it's hard to recall. You really have to sit and think about it. BT before Trump, 2015. And to think when he came down the escalator in Trump Tower in 2015, I looked up, I'll never forget, I'm sitting there in my bedroom on the computer typing something, and I look over my shoulder because I had the TV on and I heard somebody on CNN or Fox say, and billionaire developer and star of the NBC hit series The Apprentice, Donald Trump, announced his bid to run for the Republican presidential nomination. And I went, yeah, okay. Bill in Bridgeport. Hello, Bill. How are you?
Yeah, we can help out Iran. Let's send Looney and Duff over there to help them rebuild.
I don't think we need to. Well, maybe they can get a housing bill in Iran, Bill. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, they might be able to do that.
Yeah. Is that what you got for me tonight? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right,
Bill. There's a new scam out there, though.
What? Oh, the jugging? Is that the one you're talking?
No, new one on EBT cards. They're calling you with an 833-282 number.
Yeah.
And they want you to give them the information over the phone.
Oh, my God.
Scam.
No.
Two of my friends, one of them almost fell for it. One was smart and called it in.
Oh, good. Good. Hey, Bill, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, folks, don't answer. Bill's right. Don't answer any questions about your Social Security number, your bank account. No. Don't give any of that over the phone. 99 times out of 100. I simply let my phone ring and I have it go to voicemail. And I have visual voicemail, so I don't even have to listen to the, message. I can just read and say, and if they don't leave a voicemail, it was a scam, obviously. So I saw one the other day, and usually I get the warning. Do you get this on your screen? I get it from Verizon. Possible spam. Okay, but for some reason, the system's not perfect. And I saw the number, and it looked like a number I knew, but it was off by a couple of digits. So I answered it, and I went, hello? And I get on the end, who is this? I just went, hello? Who is this? Is this, can you hear me? And I just stopped myself. I hung up. If they say, and I think I almost got caught in this the other day. Luckily, I remembered because somebody learned me about it. Don't ever say yes in the phone unless you know it's your son or daughter, husband or wife, domestic partner, whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend. Don't ever answer with yes to a weird sounding voice, because what they're doing on the other end is they're recording you. And then they can use AI to make phone calls. These people need to burn in hell. That they can use AI to make phone calls and have you say yes to billing stuff, yes to money withdrawals. So, hopefully they're caught by law enforcement, they burn in hell, or they get a good case of syphilis. That would make them feel good. A little hurt down there. Jack in Stamford's with us at 5:52. Jack, how are you?
Yeah, a couple things. That's why when you get those strange calls, you have to pull the old Bob Grant. Go ahead, caller. You're on the air.
Go ahead, you're on the air. Oofa.
Yeah.
Right?
Go ahead, New Canaan. Yeah, that'll drive him nuts. And that guy, was it Bob or Bill? I love the idea of sending Duff and Looney over. He could head up their new legislature. That'd be terrific.
You like that, huh?
And yeah. Then we'll have a couple tax things, but we'll do those towards the end of the week. I saw something.
All right.
But the lady from Yankee Institute, terrific. And the other guy that real quick complained, us Trump guys, we, not me personally, but the Trump, they don't want clean air, they don't want clean water, nothing like that. I mean, this is all the stuff there. But for that guy to complain about, shareholders, et cetera, and corporate profits, he could have been a shareholder all his working career. Very easy to go in and buy a share of McDonald's or Pitney Bowes or GE or Pepsi or his Philip Morris. So I really hate that class warfare where these guys are saying the rich can do it. That's how the poor become wealthy, is through doing that stuff. And finally, that the Yankee Institute lady.
Yeah.
We're not really interested in helping the homeless. We want them out there because the bears need someone to eat.
Oh, you had to go. I don't think we need to. I think as a good Catholic, you should say, I'm sorry. Say you're sorry.
Listen, Saturday night, 4 to 5. I'm okay.
You said, what is that? Saturday night, 4 to 5.
Confession.
Oh, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. You mean that?
There you go. In nomine Patri et Filiis. Yeah, we're all set.
Spirito Sancti. Amen. All right, Jack and Stanford there.
Ice is jamming us up down at the Bing too. So we got to.
Oh, you got to watch who you hire down there. That's all right, Jack. Thanks. Oh yeah, the old Catholic thing. Bless me, Father, for I can't tell. Oh my God, I haven't been to confession probably in. Ooh, this is bad. Wow. Should I even say this? Like 40-something years? I don't know. I'm still a Catholic at heart. Yes. Still a Catholic at heart. I go to church every so often when somebody gets married, somebody dies, there's a baptism, there's a christening. There you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Looking up at the screen here. Oil prices plunge again. I tell you, that's one of I was taught that years ago by a financial guy on my show. I used to do a nighttime show years and years, many radio moons ago. Guy said one thing, look at the price of oil every day. I said, yeah. He goes, $75. I said, what does that mean? He goes, that's the fulcrum, $75. Anything 75 or above, that's bad for the economy. The further you get below $75, at least I was told, this little pudgy Italian talk show host, somebody said anything below 75, the further away you get from $75 a barrel, that's good. You want that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me leave you with this. You know how a lot of people take that, what they call the semaglutide weight loss stuff, Ozempic, and I guess you lose weight and your stomach shrinks and you never want to eat that much again. Obviously not Italian, but I digress. How about this in the New York Post? We'll leave you with this. New York City restaurants catering to Ozempic crowd with, come on, 1 ounce hamburgers. 1 ounce. 1 ounce hamburgers. Stop. What's the point? And there's a New York restaurant that serves single meatballs. One. Single. No. Stop. Guests can order a single meatball for $10. My father would reach down from heaven and smack me in the head if I did that. A single meatball for $10. And people are paying this because they don't mangiare anymore because of Ozempic. How was that? See, now that Ozempic is hurting the economy. Come on. In Tribeca, the hot Japanese French restaurants recently nixed its 5-course menu in favor of a 3-course option to accommodate those with smaller appetites. And it's one of these nice, wonderful presentations. You look at it, where's the food? You know you're not getting a lot when you look at something and they say, oh, but the presentation. I'm going to present it in my mouth right about now. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 12. Right lane is out. Southbound side in East Haven, a crash at exit 51, taking out the left and center lanes. Overall, the Parkway northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield, but it is the better option right now. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And that's Krause, WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, mainly clear and warm with a low in the mid-70s. A few widely scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Otherwise, sunny and hot with a high in the mid-90s. Thursday, cloudy with a few afternoon showers and cooler with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I'll leave you with this great story here in the New York Post about people eating smaller portions because of all the Ozempic and all the semaglutide weight loss stuff going on. Since it opened in early 2024, the upscale chicken nugget joint, Kokudak, offers a singular chicken nugget with caviar for $28. Why don't you just throw your money away? Jeez.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The summer heat is blasting much of the eastern U.S. like a furnace.
For several cities in the Northeast, it was the hottest day in over a decade. Records being set in New York City and in Newark, New Jersey, where they hit 103 degrees today.
Meteorologist David Park